It's a beautiful day for baseball here at historic Russell E. Diethrick Ballpark as the 22-6 Batavia Muckdogs come into town to take on your 27-1 Jamestown Tarp Skunks. Hello and welcome to another broadcast of Jamestown Tarp Skunks Baseball. I'm Dre Guinness alongside Jalen Ferguson. And Jalen, it always seems like the atmosphere is just a little bit different in the ballpark when these two teams meet up between the White Lions.
Yeah, that's right. And like we said the last couple of meetings, these two teams have been battling for the first place spot in the division. Every time these two meet, whether it's in Dwyer or whether it's in Russell E. Diethrick Park, this is a world title fight for dominance in the division in the West.
Well, this would be round number 5. Jamestown beat Batavia in their first meeting, but Batavia has won 3 straight against the Jamestown Tarp Skunks. They're coming in with a little bit of momentum. They were down 8-1 yesterday to the Niagara Falls Americans. Came back to win that game 13-8. Tarp Skunks not without a little momentum of their own, coming in off a win against the Newark Pilots, but not the kind of momentum that you really want, considering Skunks had the game in hand going into the 9th inning, and just things fell apart in ejection for Coach Joe Riedebach, and on a very questionable, and when I say questionable, I've gone back and looked at the video evidence, highly questionable call that cost the Tarp Skunks 2 runs that inning, but they were able to fight back and walk it off in spectacular fashion. Jamestown can't afford to do that tonight.
No, they can't. I mean, Batavia up and down their lineup. 10 players over a batting average of 300. Again, you cannot afford. It's going to be really hard going up against this team. And like you said, beating them the first meeting, but then the last two, Batavia has shown their momentum. But here, you got to get them back. You got to get them back. You got to answer back after the 3 losses to this team. You got to get them back.
Yeah, and the Tarp Skunks are going to send probably their best pitcher that they've got in the rotation right now, in Ryan Tatar, on the mound. In his last 2 starts, 12 2/3 innings, a combined 13 strikeouts against 5 walks, has only given up 1 earned run in those 2 outings. And in those 2 outings has thrown a total of 225 pitches. For the Tarp Skunks, it comes down to simply getting back to basics and winning every inning.
Yeah, that's right. Last meeting they put on Zach McLean, but this time they got Tatar. Tatar did not have a spectacular showing at the first part of the season, but now he's really turned it on. He's turned it around, and he is starting to show just how much of an ace he can be on the mound for the Tarp Skunks.
As the All-Star Award nominations or All-Star Awards have been issued today, Batavia comes in with 3 in their starting lineups. Jamestown only with 2 in their starting lineups, but they've got a couple in reserves. And we're talking about Grant Moore, Eric Weeks, Tito Kiefer, Chase Barron, and Joe Man Santos, the 5 Tarp Skunks All-Stars. Congratulations goes out to them.
That was good work by all of those. Like you said, Grant Moore, Eric Weeks fighting for the record for the most stolen bases in franchise history in a single season. Those 2, Tito Kiefer, really spectacular job. Chase Barron showing how good he is at closing out games. Just all around good choices.
We're going to step away for the national anthem. We'll be back with the starting lineups of the first pitch in just a moment.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're moving back and thinking about what you like as an American with the playing of our national anthem.
right, and here we are as we're back after the national anthem. Let's give you the lineup for the Batavia Muckdogs. Leading off in center field is Jalen David. Number 2 spot, it'll be Jackson Inman playing third base. At second base, batting third, it will be Cooper Russell. In right field, batting fourth, it'll be Braden Reyna. Number 5th spot, in left field, batting fifth, it is Evan Brock. James Cantaro at first, he'll be batting sixth. Miles Monell batting seventh, he's the DH. Joey Socorro behind the dish, he will be batting seventh. Braden I, the EH, batting eighth. Jaden Vasquez at shortstop, he will be batting ninth. And number 10, no, that was number 10. And they will face Ryan Tatar on the mound today. This is his 7th appearance. He has a 2-1 record, an ERA of 5.56, 22.2 innings pitched, 27 hits, 19 runs off of him. 14 of those were earned, 14 walks, and 28 Ks.
And Ryan Tatar, coming off his last 2 starts on 225 combined pitches, he has really turned into the ace in the staff, filling in the spot that Jack Castillo left when he committed to the University of Dayton and was shut down by his new coaches. So Ryan Tatar getting the nod against the Batavia Muckdogs, and for the Tarp Skunks, this is almost a must-win game. Not just a must-win game to keep the, to tighten up the distance between Jamestown and Batavia in the standings, which stands at 1.5 games right now. But they really need a win here just to, give them the confidence that, look, these guys are beatable. They have lost 6 times, including once to Jamestown. And if everybody could put together a complete game, Batavia is beatable. And as Ryan Tatar set to face Jalen David, squares around in the first pitch, is taken for a strike. 6:29 the first pitch, so a minute early. That's the first time I think we've ever been early for a game. Next one just Mitch's off the plate for a ball, 1-1.
Like I said, Tatar showing to be the ace, filling in the spot Jack Castillo left. Like we said before when he left, next man up.
1-1 pitch to the Muckdogs leadoff hitter is taken for a ball. 2-1. Jalen David named one of the Batavia Muckdogs All-Stars along with Jackson Inman and Evan Brock in the starting lineups here tonight. Comes in hitting .349 on the season. And the 2-1 pitch is a ground ball through the hole on the left side. That is a base hit.
Jalen David, like I said in pregame, up and down this lineup, players hitting above 300. So they have been seeing the ball pretty well, and that single just proves it.
That's going to bring up Jackson Inman, Batavia's best hitter, .438 average on the season, 21 RBIs, including a home run. David takes his lead off first. And the first pitch is popped up. Third base side, but drifting out of play. And it will be a long foul ball.
Like you said, this is kind of a must-win for Jamestown. I mean, we've beaten them before. First meeting that they had, and it was pretty close. That one going into extra innings, actually.
I believe 8-7 the final score in that one. 0-1 to Inman. Ground ball to first. Off the chest of Smith. He gathers it, steps on the bag. For the out, moving over to second is Jalen David. So one away here with a runner in scoring position. And that will bring up Cooper Russell.
That was a good job by Nolan Smith being able to stick with it. Unfortunately, he did not get a good grab on that. That could have been 2, but he steps on the bag for 1.
Muckdogs second baseman stands in. Tatar glancing back over at second. And the first pitch taken on the outside corner for a strike.
A lot of things happening early. The game started early, and there's already action in Batavia's bullpen right now.
Could just be their starter, Noah Nix, staying loose. Could be something else. Runner goes, pitch taken for a ball, no throw into third. As Cooper Russell, evens count at 1 apiece, comes in batting .383 on the season. So David gets to third on a ball in the dirt, and the 1-1. That one's also in the dirt. Good stop by Lindquist. Duke and Moore Muncie from left to right. Jordan, Dixon, Weeks, Smith from third to first. Lindquist behind the dish. And Jordan at third, playing almost even with the bag. 2-1 foul off to the left, and it's 2-2.
Now an out number 2 is going to be needed here, especially with that runner 90 feet away from home plate.
2-2 the count, and the pitch. Swinging, there's a ground ball past the diving Dixon at short. That is a base hit. Coming in to score is Jalen David, and the Muckdogs taking 1-0 lead.
Yeah, hitting in that same spot in between third and short. The run scores there.
Very loud off the bat as well. As Brandon Rita stands in, right fielder, left-handed hitter, and the first pitch to him is taken for a ball. Couldn't find any stats on Rita, so he may be a late arrival here. That one just misses. 2-0.
Yeah, that's one guy that probably does not have scouting report.
2-0 pitch is a breaking ball that spins right into the zone. 2-1.
It's going to be important how it's going to be important first pitch strike is, especially against a team that can swing the bat.
2-1. Tatar looks, runner goes, pitch taken for a ball, throw down to second is in time. They got him on the stolen base attempts. Branston Lindquist gunning down Cooper Russell, and now there are 2 outs.
I want to say, I mean, runner at first had a really good jump, but that just goes to show you the pop time it is for Lindquist.
Under 2. As the 3-1 taken for a ball. And Tatar loses Arena. And that's going to bring up the all-star left fielder, Evan Brock.
Again, Evan Brock coming into this game with .376 batting average.
39 RBIs. It's a ground ball foul. Tatar needs to limit the damage here. Couple of hard hit balls. So breaking ball spins off the zone. 1-1.
And again, it's almost like, you know, you go after one hitter that's above 300, then you go after another one. It's got to be a little frustrating.
That one, fastball at the knees for a strike. The count goes 1-2.
More so, You have to focus on where your location, what you want it to be.
Lindquist setting on the inside of the plate. There's a ground ball off the third base bag, and that is going to be a base hit. And for the Tarp Skunks, I think they might have dodged a bullet there. Had the ball not gone off the bag, that would be down in the corner.
That would. We could have possibly saw a run score.
Absolutely. So take what you can get here. And with 2 outs, 2 on, that's going to bring up James Quintero, the Muckdogs first baseman. .309 hitter, 13 RBIs. First pitch is a curveball up. And it's 1-0.
Again, it's that location. Have to be very selective with your pitches, especially against Batavia.
They don't come here just to take pitches. They swing the bat. That one taken for a strike. 1-1.
It's a lot of strategy, especially going up against Batavia. Other teams, you just want to throw strikes, but Batavia can hit the ball up and down their lineup.
Yeah, it almost becomes an extra challenge for the pitchers, not only having to change the eye elevation. The next one is fouled off to the right, and the count goes 1-2.
Even though it was fouled, he got under that and just pulled it up.
And again, loud contact.
That one was a high foul ball, too. I think that landed in the street, actually.
Look out on Faulkner Street if you're driving by. 1-2 the count. And the pitch. Oh, just missed up a little bit. 2-2.
Tarp got a 2-2 count. Just got to look for the punch out here.
2-2. 2 down, and the pitch. There's a pop-up. Second base side. Weeks underneath it. And he will make the catch. And the side is retired. 1 run on 3 hits. 2 runners left. We go to the bottom of the first inning. It's the Muckdogs 1 and the Tarp Skunks coming to bat.
And welcome back to Russell E. Diethrick Park. Let's give you the starting lineup for the Jamestown Tarp Skunks. Leading off in center field is Grant Moore. At second base, batting second, it is Eric Weeks. Nolan Smith at first base, he is batting third. Batting fourth is Heath Fetchick, he is the EH. Then batting fifth is Nate Muncie playing right field. James Dixon batting sixth. He is at shortstop. Caleb Jordan at third base batting seventh. Batting eighth is Branston Lindquist behind the dish. Dom Costello, DH. And CJ Dugan batting 10th. And they will face Noah Nix. This is his second appearance with a 2-1 record. No, this is his fourth appearance. ERA of 3.6. a record of 1-0. 10 innings pitched, 9 hits, 4 runs all earned, 4 walks, and 13 Ks.
All right, as Grant Moore stands in for the Tarp Skunks, first pitch he sees is outside for a ball, 1-0. Grant Moore, one of 2 Tarp Skunks All-Stars in the starting lineups alongside Eric Weeks. Tito Kiefer getting a bit of a rest today as that one misses off the plate, 2-0. Joe Man Santos and Chase Barron, the other 2 All-Stars. So 5 total for the Tarp Skunks this season. That one taken for a strike, 2-1.
You know, it says a lot. I mean, when the two players going for the steals.
Swing and a miss, and the count goes 2-2. Not only the steals, but going into a little bit more of the franchise record. Grant Moore at 364, Eric Weeks at 360 are above the single-season franchise batting average set by Jacob Haynes last year of 355. So multiple competitions happening as that one misses up, and the count goes full, 3-2.
Really does prove yourself.
Along with that, Eric Weeks 10 RBIs behind make that 15 RBIs behind Justin Bremner for tying the all-time franchise RBI lead. As Grant Moore takes a walk on 6 pitches. And that's going to bring up the second All-Star in the lineup, Eric Weeks. And for Weeks, we talked about it, 360 batting average, 11 doubles, 2 home runs, 33 RBI on the season. And he stands in with Grant Moore at first. First pitch taken on the outside corner for a strike. 0-1. Grant Moore 4 behind from tying the single-season stolen base record at 25, set back in 2023.
Like I said, his side quest is 2 steals a game, so I think that's really been helping him with that.
And he could do that in 2.5 games. Noah Nix looks in, Weeks waits, and the pitch is outside, snap back to first, and Moore's back in. Count goes 1-1.
Noah Nix with the slide step there. Really stopping more at first base.
1-1. Moore goes. There's a base hit into right field. Moore's going to turn the corner at second and head into third. Eric Weeks goes the other way on the hit and run, and the Tarp Skunks have something cooking here. Runners at the corners with nobody out.
That was a very successful hit and run, making the second baseman Russell cover the bag at second and leaving the gap wide open.
Absolute textbook baseball execution right there. And with nobody out, Nolan Smith stands in. And for Smith, since he has arrived, he's been hitting at a pretty hot clip, 10 for his first 23, including 2 doubles, a home run, and 7 RBIs on the season. Nix looks in. And the first pitch is a fly ball into left field, hooking toward the line, and just foul.
Very long, foul ball. Could have done something there.
Yeah, Brock had a long way to go out in left field. And hadn't even made it to the JCC sign when that ball hit the ground. That definitely would have been extras. But as it is, a long strike, 0-1. Weeks goes. There's a high chopper to second. Having to come in on it is Vasquez. Throw on the first in time. Weeks makes it to second. Moore comes in to score, and we are tied at 1 apiece.
There you go. I was going to say we could possibly see Weeks go, but runners in the corners. He did just that. Another successful hit and run.
So now with 1 out and Weeks at second, that'll bring up Heath Fetchick. Last time Fetchick faced the Muckdogs here in Jamestown, he launched a huge 3-run home run. Nix comes set, checks Weeks. First pitch, outside corner for a strike. And Fetchick falls behind 0-1.
You know, Fetchick, like you said, the home run, his ability to just see the ball and drive it. He's not a kind of guy who searches for singles. He wants anything more.
Swing and a miss, and he was looking for more right there.
It's a big league hack there.
Quickly 0-2. Nate Muncy on deck, the hero of the night. Back on Tuesday night. The 0-2 pitch. Off the plate, 1-2. Now Nix having to labor here a bit. Both starting pitchers having to labor a bit here in the first inning. Weeks takes his lead. That one called strike 3, and Fetchick goes down for out number 2.
Yeah, Fetchick thought there was going to be a ball. Wanted to swing, held back, but it was strike 3 anyway.
And now with 2 outs, that's going to bring up Nate Muncy, the right fielder. Muncy, who was 0 for 4 going into that 9th inning at bat before lining a... Oh, and there's a balk as Nix, in his windup, lost his footing and almost fell off the mound. Hopefully he's all right.
I think he kind of just lost his placement.
And looks like they just tossed a rock from the mound. Might have landed on that a little bit.
That's the thing, when you dig a hole on the stripe there,
No.
could really find something underneath.
So with that balk, that's going to move Eric Weeks over to third. You're talking about Muncy coming in 0 for 4 and then at bat and just laced that single down the left field line to drive in 2. Walk it off. I'd like to drive in one here.
Muncy was a guy that you didn't think was going to come through, but when he did, he did.
Swing and a miss. And it is 0-1.
He went into that at bat 0 for 4. What? That was enough game to change that off. And
Well,
he
see,
did just that.
The thing is, you go in 0 for 4, but every at-bat's different. Just because you went 0 for 4 doesn't mean you can't go 1 for 5, as there's a weak chopper right in front of the plate. That one goes foul. And the count goes 0-2. Grant Moore led off this inning with a walk, moved to third on Weeks' base hit, and then scored on the Nolan Smith chopper. That's where we stand. Runner at third, 2 down, 0-2 the count, and the pitch off the plate. And it's 1-2 to Muncy.
I think after that slip, he's got to find his bearings back.
Looking to see if I see any trepidation in the stride, and I don't. There's a curveball that just misses off the plate, 2-2.
It's pretty close. It was a very tough take by Muncy.
And the pitch is a line drive right back to Nix. He makes the catch and spikes the ball on the mound in disgust. But the inning is over. 1 run on a hit, 1 runner left. We go to the top of the second inning. It's tied at 1 apiece.
welcome back here to Russell E. Diethrick Park. Jamestown answering back. It is now tied at 1. Ryan Tatar here to start his second inning of work. He will face Monel, Socorro, and I. And here to call it is Dre Giddens.
All right, Jalen, thank you very much. As we head to the top of the second inning, knotted up at 1 apiece. If you're in the area tomorrow, the Jamestown Old Timers take on Greenville, Pennsylvania, here at Diethrick Park at 11 a.m. Come on down and check out some old-timey baseball. Always a fun, and just anytime you can get out to the ballpark is a good night.
That was interesting.
As a matter of fact, they were out here playing the weekend that the Tarp Skunks arrived and reported to the team. I was out here shooting some film. As Miles Monell takes the first pitch he sees for strikes, 0-1 the count. Monell coming in, batting .306 on the season. Make that 316. Don't want to shortchange him to 10 points as there's a ground ball fouled on the third baseline. And it's 0-2. Monell's had some success against the Tarp Skunks. Finds himself on base a bit in Batavia. There's a pop-up behind second base. Weeks goes out and puts it away for out number 1.
That was a good way to get your out number 1. That's the thing. Batavia is going to be very hard to strike out. So you're really going to have to rely a lot on your position players.
That's the second consecutive play to Eric Weeks. Ended the first inning on a pop-up and starts the second on a pop-up. As the catcher, Joey Socorro, stands in. 327 on the season. Has 4 doubles, 2 triples, 11 RBIs. He's quickly behind 0-1. And Tatar kicks and throws. That one's fouled back. And quickly 0-2 the count.
Seems like he's getting under the ball. This part of the lineup has been getting under the ball. 2 pop-ups, and he popped up that foul ball.
The 0-2 pitch coming, swing, and there's a little chopper right back to Tatar. He's got it. Throws on to first. And there are 2 away.
That was pretty close. How Nolan Smith was in the way of the runner, having to move out of the way and still stand on the base.
So now 2 down for Braden Nye, the extra hitter. You know, there's definitely a difference, as there's going to be a question as to whether that would have been interference at first base or not. Absolutely no possibility of interference on that. They're still going to discuss it. Yep, and he is out. Well, you know what? I gotta give the umpires credit. You've heard me rail about this, that at times whenever there's a questionable call, you're not 100% sure, ask for help. And that's what they did that time, and they got the right call. So there's a line drive right to Smith off the heel of his glove, picked up, flipped to first. Oh, wow, that would have been the play of the year. But I able to beat it out by a half a step. Ball bouncing on the line drive off the heel of Smith's glove. It bounced to Weeks. He flipped it to Tatar covering, but just a half a step behind.
Yeah, like you said, that would have been the play of the year if they would have got him out there. Good situational awareness by Weeks, though.
Yeah, possibly play of the decade. As the first pitch to Jaden Vasquez misses outside for a ball, 1-0. That rhythm a little bit upset with the discussion at first. Tatar, when he gets in that rhythm, he gets dangerous. There's the pitch. There's a line drive. That one's going to the gap in right center field. That's going to fall for extra bases. Moore there to cut it off. He throws it in. The runner's coming into the plate, throwing to home, and he is out of there. What a play by Grant Moore. The relay by Weeks into Lindquist to gun down I at the plate, and the Muckdogs end the half frame empty. We go to the bottom of the second inning. It is still knotted up at 1 apiece.
And welcome back to Russell E. Diethrick Park. Still knotted up at 1 as we go to the bottom of the second. Nick's here to start his second inning of work. He will face Dixon, Jordan, and Lindquist. And here to call it is Dre Guinness.
All right, thank you very much, Jalen. As we go to the bottom of the second inning, tied up at 1 apiece. And if you're scoring at home, that third out goes 8-4-2 as Grant Moore into Eric Weeks and a perfect throw to Branston Lindquist to gun down Braden I at the plate by about 2 feet.
Yeah, that wasn't even close. Runner didn't even touch the plate.
No, Lindquist, when he applied the tag, he almost seemed like he added a little extra to blocking the plate to make sure that I wasn't going to get anywhere near it.
Definitely made it obvious.
As James Dixon stands in for his first at bat, and he gets
got hit on the elbow guard there.
And for a second there, I thought that hit off the end of the bat with how loud the pop was, and then I saw that he was wearing an elbow guard. As Caleb Jordan will come up to the plate. Jordan, for some reason, not showing up in my list as there's a weak chopper to first, to the pitcher, only play is to first. And there's one away as Dixon moves over to second on one pitch. As that's going to bring up Branston Lindquist. Average back up to 241 on the season, 12 RBIs. Dixon off of second with 1 out, and the first pitch is a breaking ball that finds the zone for a strike, 0-1. Right-handed batter waits. And the pitch. There's a chopper towards short. Throw into third is the ball is dropped. Inman couldn't hold on to it as Dixon almost looked like he dove into the glove. And on the fielder's choice, runners at the corners with only an out.
Well, if he did, which I doubt he did, but that was a pretty good slide to disrupt the tag there.
Well, even if he did, it's still a baseball play. It's, it's just a play of baseball. He just happened to be diving, and that's where the glove happened to be. I don't, again, intentional or not, it's just incidental. As Dom Costello stands in, his first appearance, and that one's fouled straight back. Lindquist looked like he was going to take off there for a second.
The hit and run has been working for Jamestown. Two successful hit and runs.
0-1 to Costello. Lindquist taking his lead, dancing a little bit. Haven't seen that out of him before. Or if we have, just not a lot. But Lindquist being active out there on the base paths. Count goes 1-1 as that pitch misses off the plate outside.
If I'm Dom Costello, I would try to pull one through the gap from second and first there.
There's a line drive up the middle. That is a base hit. Coming in to score is Dixon. And it is quickly 2-1. Tarp Skunks with the lead.
And there you go. I mean, he, instead of a ground ball, he lines that one into center field and brings in a run.
And with 1 out, 2 on, that's going to bring up CJ Dugan, the Tarp Skunks left fielder. 246 hitter, 7 RBIs on the season. And the first pitch from Nix is taken outside for a ball, 1-0.
The Tarp Skunks, they had 2 days to figure something out. And now, going back to that Tarp Skunks being able to attack in the beginning frames.
That one comes in, misses on the inside, 2-0. So Dugan working himself into a hitter's count here. Outfield playing straight away. David in center field maybe playing in a couple of more steps. Infield playing at double play depth. 1 out here in the bottom of the second, and the pitch is off the plate, 3-0, and Nix seems a bit rattled here.
It was rattled, or at least it's looking like it is.
He faced 5 batters in the first inning, now 5 batters here, and the pitch, taken for a strike on the outside corner. That one might have been a gift.
Could have possibly been. I thought that was a little outside.
It's a little early for Christmas in July. Can't be that generous. 3-1. There's a foul off to the right side and out of play. And Nix has worked his way back into a full count.
CJ Dugan is ready to hit here. Noticing in his stance, he is just ready to pounce.
The payoff pitch coming. Misses up high for a ball, and the forest is full of skunks as we go back to the top of the order for Grant Moore.
And there you go. I like that approach from CJ Dugan. But now Grant Moore has the ability to drive in some runs here with 1 out.
And looking at the scoreboard, as we're going to get a visit from the coaching staff to the mound, just kind of a situational visit. The Muckdogs charged with an error. I was trying to figure out where that error was coming from. And it looks like they're going to charge that on the throw from Vasquez to Inman that Jordan was able to, or make that Dixon was able to slide underneath the tag. I don't know if I would call that an error or not.
If that was an error, is that on the shortstop or the third baseman?
That's the question. Who are they? I'm going to have to go find out maybe in between innings here just to see who got tagged with that error. Oh, maybe I can pull it up here on the website as well.
I'd say it would be an E5, only because he wasn't able to hang on to it trying to make the tag.
But see, then it could also be, well, it could be an E6 because it may have not been a good throw. So let's see. Kind of curious. So as Grant Moore stands in, first pitch he sees is taken for a strike on the outside corner. And the count 0-1. Well, the one thing we talked about in the beginning of the game is going back to winning every inning. As that one down low for a ball, 1-1, and the Skunks winning inning number 2.
You know, how you say that, it almost sounds like we said it's a title fight. It sounds like a boxing match. Got to win each round.
As the 1-1 misses up, 2-1. Got confirmation they charged that on the shortstop. So the error on Vasquez. 2-1 the count to Moore. There's a foul off to the right or off to the left, and quickly it is 2-2.
Like you said, winning each inning is like winning each round.
That's right. Nix comes set. Broken bat down the first base line. Foul.
Well, that bat has done hit service.
Yeah. It gave itself for a good cause. And Grant Moore are going to have to go back and select a new piece of lumber. That's always heartbreaking, too, as a hitter, especially when, you know, you're getting in on a little bit of a hot run there, and all of a sudden the bat that's got you there breaks. You got to go find a new piece of lumber that you can swing around and hope to be as successful with.
But do you think that it could change, because sometimes when you get a new bat, it might not be as calibrated as it was when you had it, like probably not enough tar.
That's a very valid point. It also could be like maybe a couple tenths of an ounce too heavy, too light, maybe just a little bit too big. There's a high pop-up behind shortstop. They're calling the infield fly rule, and Vasquez still out in shallow left field makes the catch, and that's kind of brings shades of the playoff game with the Atlanta Braves where they hit one out there. It was called a infield fly rule out in shallow left field. I think the home plate umpire may have been a little early on that call.
Yeah.
Eric Weeks will stand in now with 2 down. And the first pitch to him is a foul off. And the count goes 0-1.
If there's a guy who you can believe to drive in runs, is him. And like you said, gunning for the single season RBI.
Well, this would definitely get him closer to that with a base hit here. 0-1 pitch. There's a little chopper towards second. Vasquez steps on the bag, and the inning is over. But the Tarp Skunks do put up another run on another base hit. We go to the top of the 3rd inning. It's 2-1 Jamestown. Tarp Skunks as we go to the top of the 3rd inning. Ryan Tatar back on the mound for his 3rd inning of work. He will face the top of the order in Jalen David, Jackson Inman, and Cooper Russell. And here to tell you all about it is Jalen Ferguson.
Thank you very much, Dre. As Tatar here to start his 3rd inning of work, You know, Tarp Skunks winning round 2, inning number 2. But now it's going to be all about keeping Batavia silent. That's not going to be an easy task. Brian Tatar is going to have to trust in his backup, his players in the positions behind him. Tatar, he will face Jalen David. Jalen David singled and came around to score his last appearance. That one is a strike. Catches the zone.
David squared around, pulled back, and gave up on it way too quick.
So the 0-1 to David. A ground ball back up the middle. Gets past Tatar. Throws on the first. Diving catch by Nolan Smith. But it was not in time. And so Jalen David gets his second single of the game.
Man, that was the best example of a swinging bunt that you can ever ask for. Just a weak chopper that got past Tatar by the time Jordan got at third base. Just way too much speed to get David.
So that's going to bring up Jackson Inman, grounded out to first. And that's a ground ball to Weeks. Throws to Nolan Smith, and he is out at first. But advancing Jalen David to second.
And this is kind of creepy because back in the first inning, Jalen David led off with a single. Jackson Inman grounded out on one pitch.
So that's going to bring in Cooper Russell. He singled, driven in a run, driven in Jalen David. Tatar giving Jalen David a look. And the 0-0 catches the zone for a strike. 0-1 the count.
You know, the one thing about the Muckdogs is, you know, they've been getting a decent amount of extra base hits, but they also do an exceptional job hitting the ball the other way. And right now I'm looking at that gap.
But Jalen David on the run, fouled ball.
I'm looking at that gap on the right side of the infield. Eric Weeks playing close to the bag to try to keep Jalen David honest. Nolan Smith playing exactly where he should be, but you know, you can almost drive a Mack truck through that gap.
Yeah. And Batavia hits the spots that they need to. The 2-0 is fouled, or the 0-2 is fouled. So we're going to do 0-2 again. And Ryan Tatar wants things to not repeat themselves here in the top of the third. The 0-2, Jalen David on the run, throws the third. It's not in time. So now Jalen David 90 feet away from home plate. So the outfield is going to have to make a good throw back into the infield. 1-2. That's a ground ball scooped up by Caleb Jordan. Gets the out at first. Throws it back to the home plate, but the run scores. That throw was not in time.
I mean, you couldn't have asked for anything more out of Caleb Jordan. He took a couple of steps, watched, you know, Jalen David try to keep him at third, but after so long, you have to get rid of the ball just to at least to get the out. And still almost time to get David coming home. Not quite.
So the first pitch, Serena, is a strike. 0-1 the count. Again, Ryan Tatar has been throwing strikes. Can't ask for anything better than that. Just swing and a miss by Arena. So now he's quickly behind on the count 0-2. And Tatar looking for the punch out here. That one just missing the left-hand corner. So 1-2 the count. Marino walked in his last at bat. And swing and a miss. Drop third strike. Throws on to Nolan Smith. And they get the out at first, and that'll do it. No runs, but one does come across for the Muckdogs. We go to the bottom of the third. It is tied at 2.
Nolan Smith, Heath Fetchick, and Nate Muncy due up here in the bottom of the third inning as Noah Nix finishes his warm-up tosses and tossing it over to the mic for Jalen Ferguson.
Thank you very much. As we are tied at 2 apiece. And Nolan Smith has an opportunity to help the Tarp Skunks answer back. Both teams swinging back and forth.
Smith grounded out to short on a weak chopper back in the first.
First pitch catches the zone for a strike. 0-1 the count to Nolan Smith.
But it was enough to drive home Grant Moore to tie up the ball game back in the bottom of the first.
And the 0-1 also catches the zone. So now it is 0-2 Nolan Smith. Behind in the count. Gonna have to fight back here. Just a little outside the 0-2. And so now 1-2 the count to Nolan Smith.
Nix has a really lazy rolling curveball that comes out of his hand.
Just missed is the 1-2. So now it is 2-2 the count to Nolan Smith.
And it's not just the curveball, it's all of his off-speed stuff.
Might change it up with a fastball here. So 2-2 to Nolan Smith. That one just outside for a ball.
And that time he went back to the fastball and kind of get what he's doing here. Smith is a good fastball hitter. So coming out and throwing nothing but junk.
And the full count pitch misses. And Nolan Smith is aboard to start the bottom of the third.
And Nolan Smith, one of the best on the Tarp Skunks at being able to draw a walk.
That's going to bring in Heath Fetchick, and he looks to have a better at-bats as he was sat down on strikes looking.
Uncharacteristic of Heath Fetchick. Does not strike out often and does not strike out looking even less.
So the first pitch just catches the zone for a strike.
Leaned back a little bit. Didn't like that call.
Well, the 0-1 to Heath Fetchick. Popped up. And coming in and calling everybody off is Jackson Inman, and he will make the catch. So one gone for the Tarp Skunks, and that's going to bring in Nate Muncy.
Muncy looking to have a little bit of a better outcome than last at bat. Lined right back to Nix. Nix, who caught the ball and spiked it back into the mound behind him as he was walking off. Some emotions building between these two teams.
It's the first pitch up and away for a ball, 1-0.
And I'd say those emotions are not necessarily friendly.
It's not. You know, I understand why you see them as the Red Sox to your Yankees.
Other way around.
Or the other way around. It's a ground ball coming in and diving, but Cooper Russell cannot get a glove on it. So that'll be an infield, or no, that'll be a single for Nate Muncy.
Should be a single. We'll see what they score it. I've already put it in the computer as a hit.
I'll bring in James Dixon.
And they do indeed score it as a hit. Dixon hit by a pitch his first time up.
Hit him on the elbow guard. The loud noise off of it shows how fast it was. The first pitch in the zone for a strike. 1-1 the count. Nolan Smith at second. Nate Muncy at first. 2 gone for the Tarp Skunks team. That one driven out to center field, but coming in is Jalen David, and he will make the catch. Or no, that was the second out.
And got it up in the air there. There's no jet stream to carry it out. As that wind's barely blowing out there.
Going to bring in Caleb Jordan. Caleb Jordan grounded out to the pitcher in his last at bat. And like you said, that wind is barely blowing. First pitch to Caleb Jordan misses for a ball. 1-0.
78 degrees under mostly sunny skies, a few wispy clouds. Once again, an otherwise perfect day for baseball.
Can't ask for a better day than this. As the 1-0 is fouled on the left side.
I mean, you could ask for a better day. You'd just be looked at as a greedy individual and shunned by everybody. You have to figure out a scarlet letter we would hang around your neck and walk up and down the streets complaining about the weather.
1-1 to Caleb Jordan. That one catches the zone inside. 1-2.
Almost seems like a Monty Python sketch.
Yeah, I can actually see that.
Where's Eric Idle when you need him?
1-2 to Caleb Jordan. That one popped up and out of play. So we're going to do 1-2 all over again. The Tarp Skunks need to answer back. 1-1 to Caleb Jordan. So that's a ground ball to first base. Quintaro steps on the bag at first, and the inning is over. And that'll do it. Tarp Skunks leave 2-1. We go to the top of the fourth. It is still tied at 2 apiece.
Top of the fourth inning here at Russell E. Diethrick Park, 2-2 between the Muckdogs and the Tarp Skunks. Evan Brock, James Quintero, and Miles Monell due up for Batavia. And here to tell you about it is Jalen Ferguson.
Thank you very much. This game, it's been back and forth by both of these teams.
Pretty quick pace game. We're only just under an hour. Right at the 1 hour mark. Mark your calendars now to attend the Tarp Skunks Strikeout Cancer game. It's coming up July 17th as the Newark Pilots are in town. And make sure that you are checking out the website, JamestownTarpSkunks.com, for your chance to bid on game-worn jerseys. You can either place your bid or buy it now, and a number of choice jerseys are already gone. JamestownTarpSkunks.com for more information, and we'll see you on Strikeout Cancer Night, July 17th.
I wonder if we're able to buy a jersey.
I did.
You did?
Last year. I got my eye on another one.
So the first pitch to Evan Brock is in there for a strike. 0-1 the count.
There's actually a story behind that. All right, then.
Those are fireworks.
You hope.
That one is in the dirt outside for a ball, 1-1. He said that was a good story, and then that happened.
Yeah, Nolan Smith's jersey last year. I was on a bidding war for. And
the 1-1, that one driven out to center field. That one's going to touch down. And so Evan Brock reaches the board on a single.
That sounded like that might have broken the bat a little bit, too. Didn't have a lot of lift off the bat.
I'm pretty sure that bat is done. That's going to bring in James Quintero, who got the third out back in the bottom of the third.
So I had been bidding with, at the time, didn't know who it was someone with Nolan Smith, and I got the bid up to 100.
First pitch just missed.
And like an hour later, I went to check, and it was no longer able to bid on. So I'm like, oh, hey, I won. But no, I bid the 100. Someone came in and swooped it for the buy it now for 100.
I want to know. That one misses. 2-1.
Come to find out, was his parents.
Huh.
They got me.
They did. They got you at the last minute, too.
You know what? I no bitterness whatsoever.
As the 3-2 or the 2-0 comes in and hits Quintero on the shoulder, and so now two are aboard. It's going to bring in Miles Monell.
And this is the part of the ball game that starts to get a little bit stressful, not just here with Jamestown or with Batavia, but pretty much anywhere in the PGCBL. Runners at first and second with nobody out tend to lead to stressful innings.
And again, this is a situation you needed to avoid because Batavia is and will make you regret that.
Monell popped out to second his first time out.
First pitch to Monell catches the zone for a strike. 0-1. Nolan Smith on the grass there. There's a bunt, and that one fouled.
It's interesting they would try to take the bat out of Monell's hands unless that was just him making the decision to lay down the bunt.
Maybe they were thinking it would load the bases there. Nonetheless, 0-2 count. And that one comes in and hits Monell in the back. So two hit by pitches for Tatar, and there needs to be a discussion there.
Yeah, this is where trouble starts to happen. Yeah, is Branson Lindquist going to go out and have the conversation? And it's got to be mechanical with his braking stuff. because not one of those hit by pitches were a fastball.
They weren't.
Tarp Skunks on the road tomorrow at Geneva. That'll be on the Geneva Red Wings YouTube page. And then back home against Auburn for a doubleheader, 4 and 6:30 p.m. on Sunday. You're not going to want to miss that. I believe free tickets as well for that one. A buyout for both games.
Are you talking about a deal there? Free tickets for 2 games. First pitch just misses. 1-0 to Joey Socorro.
And Tatar's going to have to work his way up from a very dangerous position.
That's a ground ball that hooks fouled down the third base side. So now the count is 1-1. Joey Socorro grounded out to the first baseman his last at bat. So 1-1 is outside for a ball. 2-1. You know, if you're on the corners, your first throw is going to have to be home.
And it's got to be a one hopper right at you. More so third base, I think, than first.
2-1, driven out to center field. 1 run is going to score. Throw back into the infield, holds the runner at third, and so the bases will still be loaded. But Batavia takes a 3-2 lead. That's going to bring in Braden I. He singled in his last at bat. Again, like you said, trouble is a brewing here. Tatar's going to have to figure out, dig down deep to limit the damage. The first pitch catches his own first strike. 0-1 the count to Braden I. Quintaro at third. Monell at second. Socorro at first. Line drive to Nolan Smith. Steps on the bag at 1. And they get a double play there.
Well, for Tatar, best case scenario there. Nice play by Nolan Smith, who just went to his left, reach across, snagged it, and then stepped on first, where Socorro had absolutely no chance to get back to the bag.
So that's going to bring in Jaden Vasquez, and he doubled in his last at bat. First pitch in there for a strike. 0-1 the count. And that double play can really change the momentum here. And the 0-1, the 1-0 in there for a strike. 0-2 the count. So now Tatar looking for out number 3. Vasquez calls time there.
Moore playing a little bit over to the third base side of the bag out in center field. Muncie straight away. There's a pretty big gap where Vasquez hit it last time.
And the 0-2 is fouled behind the plate. So we're going to do 0-2 again. And like you said, that best case scenario, the line out to Nolan Smith and stepping on the bag for 1. Tatar really needed to dig down deep for 2 outs, and he got it right there on 1 play. But 0-2, again fouled. And we're going to do 0-2 once more.
Good stay alive by Vasquez.
Tatar with only one strikeout. That was to Braden Reyna. 0-2. Popped up. Coming in is Muncie and tries to make a diving effort but cannot get to it. 2 runs are going to score. And so Batavia increases the lead. It is now 5-2. That's the risk of when you're out there deep. Muncie had to come in on that. Cannot make a diving catch, so now we roll it back up to the top. This is Jalen David. He watches first pitch outside for a ball. 1-0.
Well, you know, Tatar rode the edge of the knife as far as he could, and Vasquez continuing to go the other way.
The 1-0 outside or inside for a ball. 2-0.
We had mentioned it not 5 minutes ago that they have a propensity for taking the ball the other way, and twice now Vasquez has done it.
And now that is 3-0 to Jalen David.
And there is action now in the Tarp Skunks bullpen.
Three and 0. Catches the zone for a strike. So now 3-1. Jalen David.
You know, well, chirping out of the Muckdogs bullpen or dugout, they didn't like that call.
That one inside for a ball. So now runners at first and second, and that's going to bring in Jackson Inman.
And here comes Joe Riedebach. The long, slow walk. Hasn't made the motion yet. Might just be a how you feeling? Do you think you can get out of this one?
I think you should at least try and get one more out to get out of the inning.
Well, they're going to let him go here.
Jackson Inman standing in. Grounded out to first, and he grounded out to Weeks as well. Batavia, 5 runs on 9 hits, 1 error. Jamestown, 2 runs on 3 hits, no errors. Here in the top of the 4th, 3 runs came across for Batavia. Foul ball at the plate. And that is 0-1 the count.
Well, the Skunks are going to have some work cut out for them here in the bottom of the 4th inning.
So Tatar, a long look. The set. And the 0-1 is now 1-2 or 1-1. So 1-1 in the dirt. Good block by Lindquist. Now the count is 2-1.
And I'm getting the feeling that this is probably going to be Tatar's last hitter regardless.
Now that should be enough time for whoever in the bullpen been warming up.
It is a right-hander.
Two on the count. Long look at second. Popped up. Coming in. Oh!
What a spectacular catch by Caleb Jordan, who went over the tarp head first in between the wall to glove it and end the inning.
So, with 2 left on, we go to the bottom of the 4th. Batavia putting up 3. It is now 5-2.
Branson Lindquist, Dom Costello, and CJ Dugan set to face Noah Nix here as we go to the bottom of the 4th inning. And here to step up one more time is Jalen Ferguson.
That was a very spectacular catch by Caleb Jordan to end the top frame. Here as we come to the bottom of the 4th, fouled off is Branson Lindquist. He stands in with an 0-1 count as he reached on an error as the 0-1 outside 1-1. No, the last time Branston was up, we thought he reached on a single, but then it was overturned. As he drives that one out in the gap in the left center field. That one's going to go all the way to the warning track. Branson Lindquist stands in at second, and he leads the bottom of the 4th with a double.
Well, that's something that the Tarp Skunks desperately needed after giving up 3 in the top of the frame. Come out and to get a runner in scoring position with nobody out is a huge jump start for the Tarp Skunks here.
Well, that's going to bring in Dom Costello. He got himself an RBI single. Popped up is Costello. Coming in and calling everybody off is Vasquez. That is out number 1. That's going to bring in CJ Dugan. CJ Dugan does not have an official at bat as he was walked.
I think he'd take another one here.
So here's the 0-0 pitch that catches the zone for a strike. 0-1 the count, and Socorro coming up to the mound to talk to Nix.
Yeah, they're probably switching signs with Lindquist at second base. Change up their sequence so he can't relay it to Dugan at the plate.
No action in Batavia's bullpen.
Yeah, I think we've gotten ready in the Skunks bullpen.
So 0-1 to Dugan. Swing and a miss by Dugan. And so now 0-2. Dugan's going to have to protect here. Branson Lindquist at second. And the 0-2 just missed. 1-2. Grant Moore, the top of the lineup, on deck. And Knicks having to reset.
Skunks need an answer here.
They do.
Yeah, they need it to be a crooked number.
1-2 to Dugan. And that one is just fouled on top of the press box on the right side.
And cue the stampede of all the interns chasing after the baseball.
So we're going to do 1 and 2 all over again.
Almost feels like a 3.4 earthquake when they do that.
So 1 and 2 the count to Dugan. That one up and outside for a ball.
That's one of the things they don't tell you about living in California. You have to deal with earthquakes, and after a while, it's almost like if it's not over a 5.5, don't wake me up.
As Dugan fouls off a 2-2, and that might have gotten Socorro.
He is face down in the dirt, and that is not a good sign. As the Tarp Skunks trainer are going to come out and wonder where that got him. Can't be good. Well, they're going to check his wrist. Take the tape off his wrist. Well, while they check into Socorro, again, we'll remind you the next time Tarp Skunks are here at Diethrick Park is going to be Sunday, July the 12th, doubleheader as the Auburn Doubledays come into town, 4 p.m. and 6:30 p.m. It is community buyout night here at Diethrick Park, free tickets. So no excuse not to come out and support your Tarp Skunks as we march toward the end of the season and the playoffs.
Oh, now when you say that, that makes me sad.
You know, all good things eventually must come to an end.
This is already July 10th. So Socorro looks to be okay. And now we're going to do 2 and 2 again. Branston Lindquist at second.
Only 12 more games left, including the doubleheader.
That one fouled again. Good job by Dugan being able to stay alive here. So Dugan gonna do 2 and 2 again. Branston Lindquist at second. Grant Moore on deck. Will be batting next. As the 2-2 is driven out, ground ball throws on to third, or no throw actually. And so CJ Dugan gets himself an infield single.
Yeah, that was one of those weird plays. The ball sounded a lot louder coming off the bat than it actually moved. It was a weak little flare that one hopped, and by the time Vasquez was able to get it on the backhand, he had no play either to third or to first.
That's just good location by CJ Dugan, but now is Grant Moore. And Grant Moore walk, came around the score and hit an infield fly. Now runners at the corner, we could see CJ Dugan go. He's moving around at first. And the 0-0 just misses.
Definitely took a healthy secondary lead. He was a third of the way to the bag. Probably could have sailed in there easily standing up.
Stretching and tossing going on in Batavia's bullpen there. There's the 1-0 to Grant Moore, and that one fouled.
just under the Muckdogs announce crew.
You know, you haven't been flinching at these recently.
You say that almost like you're disappointed.
I mean, you made me think that this was going to be regular.
What, am I here to amuse you?
No.
Do I make you laugh? Am I funny?
No.
Because I flinch?
No. 1-1 the count. Swing and a miss by Grant Moore.
It's probably because I've seen my life pass before my eyes so many times that the tape's broken.
Well, you told us that story,
Mm-hmm.
and then you said it. You said that's why you flinch at these, but that one was very close, and you didn't flinch. I think you flinch on the inside now.
Yeah.
1-2 to Grant Moore. Inside, just missing Grant Moore. Or nope, that hit him. Or did that? Yep, that hit him. So, forceful of Skunks here. And that's going to bring in Eric Weeks. And he finds himself with a bases loaded situation once more.
And only one out here. And next, you can see him carrying the frustration in his shoulders, the way he's walking. And that is the sign of a pitcher who is definitely inside of his own head. See if Eric Weeks can help accommodate his frustration.
Eric Weeks
Driving in a
single.
couple runs.
Eric Weeks, he did single. He also grounded into an unassisted ground ball at short. First pitch outside for a ball, 1-0.
Apparently, there's a black cat somewhere out on the field.
Oh, yep, I see it. It's right in front of the batter's eye, actually.
Oh, there it is. Oh, man.
1-0 is outside for a ball, 2-0.
Well, the Jalen David's playing straight up. The cat shading toward the first base side of second base.
So 2-0.
So what I want to know, did that cat pay?
As Eric Weeks fouls that one off.
Oh, it's free ticket night.
I mean, even the animals. And the cat got the best seat in the house there.
Yeah.
Just
He's just chilling. Taking his time.
2-1. Driven out to right field. That one's going to touch down. Branston Lindquist climbing in. Here comes C.J. Dugan. Two come across, and they dwindle the lead down to 1. 5-4 here in Russell E. Diethrick Park.
And Eric Weeks going the other way. You know, it's the calling card of the Batavia Muckdogs. Eric Weeks now going the other way, and that is going to do it for Nix. His night is done, and we'll come back with the new new Muckdogs pitcher in just a moment. New pitcher for the Batavia Muckdogs is number 77, Walter Garrett. His 9th appearance on the season, comes in with a 1-2 record, an 18.9 ERA in 10 innings of pitch. He has 14 hits, 24 runs, 21 of those earned, 17 walks, 10 strikeouts. Hitters hitting .326 against him. So, interesting choice here. But then again, you know, small sample size. Can't judge based on that. And the Tarp Skunks find themselves trailing by 1.
Against that never say die attitude from the Tarp Skunks, keeping them alive. Here, that's going to bring in Nolan Smith.
And with Eric Weeks at first, we might see him go, try to get his 20th stolen base on the season. Get closer to that 25 single season record.
So they put in a lefty for Nolan Smith. And the first pitch in the at-bat, driven out to center field. Jalen David makes the catch. Grant Moore not going.
Oh, he could have made it too. The throw was offline up the first base side.
He could have had an opportunity to tie the game.
Yeah, discretion, the better part of valor, though. You know, we can. It's easier for us to sit up here and say, "Oh, he coulda, woulda, shoulda," but we're not the ones down there.
I was going to bring in Heath Fetchick. And on the first pitch, that one driven out to center field, and Jalen David coming in and making the catch. Tarp Skunks dwindle the lead down to 1. Batavia up 5-4. And welcome back here to Russell E. Diethrick Park. New pitcher for the Tarp Skunks. It is going to be Colin Pence. He will face Cooper Russell, Braden Rena, and Evan Brock. And here to give you Colin Pence's splits is Dre Guinness.
All right, Jalen, thank you very much. Colin Pence coming in his 10th appearance with a 1-1 record, a 3.44 ERA, 18 and a third innings pitched. He's given up 16 hits, 7 runs, all 7 earned, 4 walks against 14 strikeouts, and hitters hitting only .235 against him as Cooper Russell stands in, the second baseman. 1 for 2 on the day. And the first pitch down in the dirt for a ball, 1-0.
Again, the Tarp Skunks really showing their never say die. In other games, they relied on 1 inning to bring them back, but they have been attacking.
And the 1-0 pitch comes in. That one's low, 2-0. Pence pitched a couple of innings in that game against Newark. Rather effective. That one misses. Oh, no, that one's taken for a strike. 2-1. Thought that missed on the inside corner. Bit of delay call.
That was a pretty close call, too.
And it's 2-1. Kicks and throws that one in the dirt, 3-1.
Penn's having a location problem starting out with his first batter of the game.
So now 3-1 the count. Pence out of the set. Kicks and throws. That one taken for a strike, and the count goes full 3-2.
One thing I noticed about Pence, you know, some pitchers who sit on one part of the mound, Pence switches back and forth from one side of the mound to the other.
Now on the third base side of the slab. Kicks and throws. And that one, ooh, nails Cooper Russell right in the hip.
And luckily he had the runner's hand right there to block it.
That's going to save him a little bit of a bruise. And with nobody out and one on, the All-Star Evan Brock, left fielder, stands in. 2 for 2 on the day, and the first pitch is outside for a ball, 1-0. The last time the Batavia Muckdogs will make a regular season appearance is on Wednesday, July 15th. Superhero Night presented by the One Ball Foundation, as there's a high fly ball to left field, but playable for Dugan as he trots in, settles underneath it, and puts it away for out number 1.
And there you go. That is an out number 1 that you needed, keeping the runner at first at bay.
So with 1 out, that's going to bring up James Quintero, the Muckdogs first baseman, hit by a pitch and popped out to second his first time up. So Superhero Night next Wednesday as the Muckdogs make their final regular season appearance here at Diethrick Park. First pitch taken outside for a strike, and it is 0-1. We make our final regular season appearance in Batavia on Monday. And I'm going to be honest with you, not too sad about that. Throw over to first, and
I mean,
Raina's back.
Dwyer Stadium is enemy territory.
There's a fly ball down the right field line, giving chase on it, and coming up a little short is Muncie, as that one falls about a foot in front of the fence out there. And the count goes 0-2. Well, not only that, it's the only place that I have to jury rig a filter onto the camera.
I thought you did that for Niagara Falls, too. Well, no, they moved us down the third base side.
Yeah, unfortunately, didn't have to do that last time. So 0-2 the count. Runner takes his lead, and the pitch is way up high. Lindquist thought about going back to first, but did not. Count goes 1-2.
And he didn't really need to. A runner came back in anyway.
Next pitch comes in fisted foul toward the Muckdogs dugout. And we'll do 1-2 all over again.
I heard somebody say step off. If he did, he probably would have got the runner at first.
Yeah, Raina was darn near halfway. One and two the count. Snap throw over to first, and Raina dives back in. Only 4 more road games left. That one missing just low in the dirt. And the count evens up at 2 apiece. One at Batavia. Then Thursday at Niagara Falls. And then back-to-back at Olean.
Once more.
And the pitch, swing and a miss. Ball gets away. Runner goes down to second. He will make it. On the pass ball, the strikeout still counts even though the ball was dropped. And there are 2 down. As Miles Monell stands it. It was the second of back-to-back hit by pitches back in the 4th inning. First pitch from Pence in the dirt for a ball. And it is 1-0. I'm starting to put together a list of my postseason thoughts already and favorite road venue to set up, least favorite road venue to set up.
I think we already know.
That one's fouled way above our head and out of play. And it's 1-1.
You say worst place, home place, or road place to set up. I think I already know what you're gonna say.
Well, again, I didn't say worst. I just said least favorite.
Or least favorite.
What do you think my least favorite to set up is?
Well, with the camera, and how you would have to put the sunglasses on, and how the sun is in left field, I would say Dwyer.
No.
No.
Actually, no. Dwyer's not my least favorite. It's so we've only been to 3. Let's be honest.
Well, then I would have to say only.
Yes.
Because the elevation, the stairs, and how steep their stairs are.
Oh, those stairs scare me.
And just the placement of where their press box is.
1-2 the count. Pence trying to get out of this one here with no damage. And the pitch. There's a fly ball into left field, foul territory, going over and diving and making another spectacular catch is Caleb Jordan, and the side is retired. No runs, no hits, 1 runner left on base. We go to the bottom of the 5th inning. Give Caleb Jordan the most valuable stinker. It's 5-4.
And welcome back here to Russell E. Diethrick Park. Here on the mound to officially start his first inning of work, it is Garrett. He will face Nate Muncy, James Dixon, and Caleb Jordan. Score is 5-4. And coming back to the mic is Dragonus.
All right. Thank you very much, Jalen, as the Tarp Skunks trailing by 1 here. So you go to the bottom of the 5th inning. And Nate Muncy getting set to stand in against the tall left-hander. Muncy singled his last time up. Also lined out to the pitcher his first time up. So 1 for 2 on the day. Lefty on lefty, and the first pitch comes in and it hits him.
That one hit him on the elbow guard there.
Well, interesting. Garrett's only thrown 3 pitches, 2 for outs and 1 hits a batter. So, I mean, I'd love to be able to give you a book on him, but, you know, you can't get past the first pitch of an at-bat. Here's James Dixon. He was hit by a pitch, flew out to center. Officially 0 for 1. Right-hander stands in. Muncie taking his lead off first. Garrett checks the runner, comes set, kicks and throws, and the first pitch is way outside. And the count goes 1-0. One-0 pitch coming. Swinging a foul. And the count evens up at 1 apiece.
In this game, both teams have been slugging at each other. Only 1 strikeout for both sides.
That's pretty amazing. 1-1 pitch coming. That one outside for a ball, 2-1.
Socorro made that motion to throw to first, didn't do it.
And that was a little bit half-hearted just to check and see what Muncie's mindset was. 2-1 pitch. Inside and off the glove of Socorro goes 3-1.
That one, like inside, I almost thought that one was gonna hit Dixon there. Just missed him.
It's a lively crowd here at Diethrick Park here tonight. 3-1 count. And the pitch. Way outside, and Dixon draws a walk. First 2 runners aboard with nobody out, and that's going to bring up the hero of the moment, Caleb Jordan.
And again, their ability to get on base, draw walks, free passes, both teams have this impeccable ability to get on base any way, shape, or form.
Well, remember what we talked about back in the 4th inning. You get first and second with nobody out. That's when dangerous things happen. As the first pitch in the dirt, Jordan squared around but pulled the bat back. And it's 1-0.
Well, it's like what you say. What do you say? Pressure leads to mistakes.
Pressure creates opportunity. Speed creates pressure. Pressure creates opportunity, and that's where we're at now. As there's a square to bunt on the third base line. It is an absolutely perfect bunt. Jackson Inman watched it right into his glove down the third base line. Nothing anyone could have done about it, and the bases are now loaded. Forest full of skunks for Branston Lindquist.
And that's a good job by Caleb Jordan being able to put that down the third base side. You saw how Cantoro was coming in almost the same distance as he was from the mound.
So now the corners are playing on the grass. Middle infield double play depth, and the first pitch to Lindquist is fouled off to the right, not a play. And the count goes 0-1. For Lindquist, 1 for 2 on the day. Reached on a fielder's choice. He also doubled and scored a run back in the 4th inning.
Action in Batavia's bullpen, a lefty and a righty warming up.
There's a ground ball too short. That could be 2 to second for 1, on to first 2. A double play, but a run scores, and the ball game is tied at 5 apiece.
You know, even though he turned that into a double play, he still did his job to drive in the run. But now, Don Costello, 2 outs with nobody on.
Well, there's still a runner at third.
All right.
So an opportunity to give the Skunks the lead here. As That one, I think, missed for a ball. Just going by the crowd reaction, I was still filling out my scorebook, so I'm not quite sure where that one
That was a off speed, and Costello had to duck underneath that one.
Buzzing the tower. 1-0 fouled straight back toward us over our head, and once again, no flinch.
He did buzz the tower up here. The towering foul ball.
1-1 Costello waits. Pitch outside, 2-1. You know, if it's all about winning the inning, this is an even ball game at this point. That one off the plate and off the glove of Socorro, not far enough for the advance. But the count goes to 3-1 to the left-hander. CJ Dugan on deck. Both teams split the first inning. Skunks won the second. Muckdogs won the third, won the fourth inning, and the Skunks winning the fifth inning here. Tied at 5 apiece. 3-1. Ooh, that one up and in. Costello had to matrix out of the way, draw the walk. And with 2 down, runners at the corners for CJ Dugan.
And now the Batavia skipper coming out to the mound. I mean, with a couple free passes, well, actually the third free pass, you're going to have to talk to him after that.
And a long look into the bullpen. Hasn't made a move as of yet. Might be waiting for whoever that is to finish his tosses. But Walter Garrett, oh, yeah, there we go. A new pitcher coming in. Walter Garrett's night is done. He will depart with 2 on, 2 out. We go to a break. We'll get you the new pitcher in just a moment. New pitcher for the Batavia Muckdogs is going to be the right-handed side armor, Garrett Beaver. 13th appearance. He's 1-0 with a 1.56 ERA. 2 saves on the season. 17 in the third innings pitched. He's given up 11 hits, 3 runs all earned, 4 walks against 23 strikeouts. And hitters are hitting a $180 against him. And CJ Dugan will have a tough task ahead of him. Let's take a look at some of the scores around the rest of the PGCBL. Out in Newark, the Americans trying to stop a 10-game losing streak. They're tied at 7 with the Newark Pilots at Coburn Park. Geneva with a 3-1 lead over the Niagara Ironbacks up in Canada. Elmira with a 4-1 lead over Olean in Olean. In an exhibition game, Finger Lakes Lakers 2-2 tie with the Auburn Double Days. The Amsterdam Mohawks with an 8-2 lead over the Boonville Lumberjacks. Mohawk Valley Diamond Dogs leading the Utica Blue Sox 6-5. That one in the top of the 5th. And at the top of the 4th, the Stargers T Stallions and the Glens Falls Dragons. It's 2-1. CJ Dugan stands in. First pitch from the sidearm, waved at it, missed. 0-1.
He threw an off speed to start off the at bat.
Just a little fling it in there. 5-5 here in the bottom of the 5th inning. And that one off the plates, 1-1. It's a good take. Almost the same location. And what's weird about it is you watch the pitches from up here and they seem so much slower, but you stand down there as that one's foul down the third baseline. You stand down there and it looks as fast as advertised, but again, you know, from up here, some of those off-speed pitches look like, you know, maybe 50, 60 miles an hour that some of the kids in the Little League World Series out in Williamsport could probably crank.
It's all about perspective. Back
Yep.
here, it's easy to see it looks slow, but if you were from a bird's eye view, they would be fast.
Oh, yeah. Oh, look at this. Don Costello literally just walked to second base. And I'm not sure how that wasn't called a balk, but
He was in the set and didn't step off.
so the Muckdogs got away with dodge a bullet. As the next pitch comes in, fouls off. I have never seen a stolen base like that. Costello pretty much sidestepped his whole. It was like watching a crab on the beach trying to steal second base, just sidestepping the whole way down.
Well, I think they were going to let him get the steal anyway, but the fact is, I'm surprised there was no balk called. He was in the set and never stepped off.
Is that one another floater on the outside? Count goes even at 2 apiece. That was one of those stolen bases that you could put the Benny Hill theme underneath and it would fit just fine. 2-2, swing and a miss. And the inning is over, but the Skunks get back into it. We are tied at 5 going in to the top of the 6th inning. We'll be back in just a moment. Five as we go to the top of the 6th inning. Colin Pence back on the mound for his 2nd inning of work. He will face Socorro I and Vasquez due up here. Tarp Skunks on the road tomorrow at the Geneva Red Wings. That game will be on. That game will be on the Geneva Red Wings YouTube page as the first pitch misses for a ball, 1-0. And got to double check here. I've got Joey Socorro hitting, not Miles Monell. There's a ground ball into left field. That is a base hit. Did they hit out of order? Because I've got Monell flying out to center field to end the 5th inning. And now Joey Socorro due up. I don't know. Oh, no, I see what I did. I was just down the hitter. All right. So Monell was the base hit as Socorro stands in now. Pence's first pitch to him is a ground ball too short. That could be 2 on a high hop. Flip to second for 1, throw to first, not in time. But a good job by James Dixon to initiate the turn. And there is 1 away.
And that was pretty fast, straight to Dixon. Good job. He was able to get the out at first, but not the out at, or the out at second, not the out at first.
Yeah, that was an ugly hop too. It bounced high and came up on him. Had to come up on a guarded backhand. The first pitch to taken for a strike. 0-1 the count. 1 down here in the top of the 6th inning. 5-5 ball game. Pence kicks and throws. There's a fly ball in foul territory. Jordan drifts underneath and makes the catch for the 2nd out of the inning.
Caleb Jordan has been getting a lot of work, not from ground balls, but in the air.
Yeah, he has put on a defensive clinic here tonight. So with 2 down, that's going to bring up Jaden Vasquez. First pitch, there's a line drive down the left field line. That is a fair ball. Digging it out of the corner is Dugan. Holding at third will be Monell. Pulling into second with a double is Jaden Vasquez. And we go back to the top of the order now with 2 down for Jalen David.
And now Pence, he's just going to have to go after the batter now with 2 outs.
Jalen David standing in. He's been on base 3 times here tonight. And they're just going to walk him.
Yep, an intentional walk.
So now with the bases loaded, that's going to go to Jackson Inman.
I mean, a force at any base here with 2 outs.
Not a bad idea. First pitch to Inman in the dirt for a ball, 1-0.
That's the thing. When the bases are loaded, Branston Lindquist now is going to have to block and protect.
Inman 0 for 3 on the day. He's grounded out to first, grounded out to second, and popped foul to third. He almost has the natural, well, not a hat trick, but natural progression nonetheless.
Is that what that's called?
I don't know. I'm just making it up as I go. That one in the dirt in front of the plate, 2-0.
I mean, Grant Moore almost had a natural hit for the cycle against Newark.
Yeah. Just came up a home run short. 2-0 the count. 2 down here. Top of the 6th, bases loaded, and the pitch fouled off to the left side, and it is 2-1.
That's the importance of throwing strikes. But the thing is, with the discipline here at the top of the lineup, they're swinging at anything close here.
2-1 the count. Force at any base here. Pence. Long look, kicks and throws. There's a little fist out into left field. Coming in on it is Dugan. He makes the catch, and the side is retired. No runs On one hit, bases left loaded, we go to the bottom of the 6th inning. It's still tied at 5.
And welcome back here to Russell E. Diethrick Park. Tie ball game here as we go to the bottom of the 6th. Beaver here to start his first inning of work. He will face the top of the lineup, Grant Moore, Eric Weeks, and Nolan Smith. And back on the mic is Dre Guinness.
All right, thank you very much. As we're starting to get into the twilight of not only the evening, but the ball game. Bottom of the 6th inning, tied at 5. 5 runs, 11 hits, 1 error for the Muckdogs. 5 runs, 7 hits, no errors for the Tarp Skunks. This has been a pretty good back and forth ball game. And I think the statistic that really jumps out at me is how few strikeouts there have been in this game.
Only 3 in total.
4 in total.
4.
Yeah. 2 by the Muckdogs, 2 by the Tarp Skunks.
Like you said, back and forth.
Both sides know what is at stake here. As Grant Moore will stand in, officially 0 for 1 on the day. He's been hit by a pitch, walked, and popped out to shortstop. Does not have a stolen base yet here tonight, so he still sits 4 behind the all-time franchise record. First pitch from Garrett is a little sidearm frisbee in for a strike, and it's 0-1. Eric Weeks on deck, 5-5 here in the bottom of the 6th inning, and there's a ground ball foul down the first base line, and quickly Moore behind 0-2.
He called it a sidearm frisbee. That's actually pretty good.
It just kind of floats in there. Oh, 2 pitch. Ground ball down the third baseline, but that one's fouled.
Well, I know where Grant Moore is aiming for. He's aiming for the lines there. 1 foul down the first baseline and 1 foul down the third baseline.
Well, what's interesting to note is Reyna out in right field has now scooted more toward the line, opening up a huge gap in right center field. He's got a couple of shots to aim for as there's a line drive into the bleachers. Good thing everyone's okay out there.
That one over the fence and under the bleachers in 1 shot.
You can't script that any better. 0-2. That one misses outside and low for a ball. 1-2. This is where Grant Moore tends to excel when he has 2 strikes.
Now Joey Socorro, looking at his stance behind the plate, it's almost like he's doing a split back there.
There's a ground ball up the middle to second, picked up by Russell. Throw on to first in time. And there is 1 away.
And that's the one thing about this baseball game is how clean it has been defensively. Even though there has been one error gifted to the Muckdogs. I'm still not sure about that.
Yeah, I'm still kind of questioning that error myself, but
Really would have given that a single to Branston.
well, even if it hadn't been an error, it still would have been a fielder's choice. So the first pitch to Weeks comes in the dirt. 1-0 the count to the Tarp Skunks second baseman here tonight. 2 for 3. Couple singles. Continues to drive that average up. There's a high fly ball out into left field. Brock going back, reaches up at the warning track and makes the catch. Weeks gave it a ride, but just a little short. And quickly, there are 2 away.
I mean, that is as solid as contact gets. But the thing is, no wind blowing out there. So that one hung up there as long as it could.
Yeah, those flags are just hanging straight down. As Nolan Smith stands in. 0 for 2 with a walk. Takes the first pitch outside for a ball. 1-0. Heath Fetchick on deck. There's a ground ball too short. Picked up by Vasquez. Throw on the first in time. And a 1-2-3 inning. Down go the Skunks. Nothing doing in the bottom of the 6th. We head to the top of the 7th inning. Still tied at 5. Top of the 7th inning, Colin Pence continues his outing in relief. He will face Russell, Reyna, and Brock. And here to tell you all about it is Jalen Ferguson.
Thank you very much. The first scoreless frame of this game. But now, Cooper Russell to start off top of the 7th. As the 0-0 misses. It's 1-0 the count. We are tied here at 5. Batavia with 11 hits. Tarp Skunks with 7. 1-0 is in there for a strike. 1-1 the count.
Another good crowd here at Diethrick on community buyout night.
So the 1-1 fouled behind the plate.
Presented by Wegmans tonight. Sunday will be community buyout night presented by GCFCU, the Greater Chautauqua Federal Credit Union.
So 1-2 to Cooper Russell. Fouled. We're going to do 1-2 again. You know, it's always a good crowd, especially, you know, game of the week is what I like to call this battle.
That throws me back to my childhood.
1-2. Ground ball to Dixon on the first. Oh! That one not in time. Umpire said Nolan Smith came off the bag. Nolan Smith, he stretched for that one.
Yeah, that's going to be an E6. So both errors today on both teams.
That's going to bring in Braden Reyna.
Coming from the shortstop position.
That one lined into left field. And CJ Dugan makes the play. Now runners at first and second. That's going to bring in Evan Brock.
Well, here we go again. Two on, no out to start an inning.
Colin Pence, he's been throwing strikes. They just been putting the ball in the spots there.
Now he's got to face the Muckdogs all-star left fielder, 2 for 3 with a strikeout.
Shows bunt, lays down a bunt, back up to the mound, throws on to Nolan Smith, and they get him out. But both runners advance, so now runners in scoring position, second and third.
Well, that is a productive sacrifice. Move the runners over.
I was going to bring in James Quintaro. Everybody in the infield on the grass. First pitch misses for a ball. 1-0 the count to James Quintaro.
Quintaro 0 for 2, hit by pitch, but he's also popped up twice. Infield playing in.
That one popped up and out of play.
You know, and that's one of those fly balls that I don't know if I would actually necessarily want to catch. Because even though you're in foul territory, you're not too far away from the third base bag. Your momentum's taking you to the fence. That's a hard throw.
1-1 just misses. 2-1 the count. Now I got to agree with you on the foul ball, because if you miss it, it takes a lot of your energy and you have to go back out. Two and one. That one misses, and so now the count is 3-1, and you got to avoid loading the bases.
No, loading the bases won't necessarily hurt in the short term. You do have a base open.
So 3-1 to Quintaro. That one inside misses, and bases are loaded.
And now, while it didn't hurt in the short term, now they're in a situation where there is no more room to maneuver. Back up against the wall. They need something to get out of this right here.
And here comes Joe Riedebach.
There is some activity in the Skunks bullpen. But I don't know if he would pull the trigger on him yet.
Probably not. This is a conversation for everybody.
Mm-hmm.
Well, talking about where you're going to throw the ball when it comes to you. No, go for the shortest base or go for the closest base. Just want to get out of this inning.
Joe managing this one as if it is a playoff game. And
it kind of is.
It kind of is, yeah. For all intents and purposes.
Because no matter how you see this, in the long run, you're going to have to face this team. Whatever path you go down ends with Batavia. That one is driven out to center field. Grant Moore ranging under it, making the catch. Here comes the runner from third, and the run scores. So Cooper Russell tagging up, coming across the score. Batavia now retake the lead. It is 6-5. Oh, it's Monell who got out. Now that's going to bring it Joey Socorro. 2 gone here. Top of the 7th. Ground ball up the middle. Good stop by Dixon, and that will end the inning. 2 left on, 1 come across on 1 hit. We go to the bottom of the 7th. Batavia take the lead. It is 6-5.
Bottom of the 7th inning, Batavia with a 6-5 lead. It'll be Heath Fetchick, Nate Muncie, and James Dixon on to face Garrett Beaver out for another inning of work. And here for another inning of work himself is Jalen Ferguson.
Thank you very much. Tarp Skunks being able to get out of the inning with minor damage done. But nonetheless, they're still going to have to fight back, being down by 1.
So Fetchick comes in. 0 for 3 on the day. He's due.
Hasn't had the outing that we expected. Struck out looking, popped out, and flew out.
Well, you know, you can't go out and always have a 2 for 4 day. It just doesn't work that way.
First pitch to Fetchick outside for him.
As much as we would like it to.
Though Fetchick is aiming to have a 2 for 4 day every day. You can just tell by the approach at the plate. It's 1-0 outside for a ball. And Fetchick, he changed his approach. He's been a lot more disciplined in this at bat. 2-0. Swing and a miss by Fetchick. Now the count is 2-1.
The book is kind of out on Fetchick. He likes it middle in, belt high. That's his wheelhouse.
2-1 to Fetchick. Swing and a miss. And now the count is 2-2.
And especially on that last swing, you have to wonder, did he help out Beaver a little bit?
It's kind of hard going after a sidearm as well. And Fetchick watches that one go. 3-2 the count.
Everything that comes out of his hand is going across the plate from right to left.
3-2 to Fetchick. That one driven out to center field. Ranging under it is David, and he makes the catch for the out.
Next up for Jamestown, the right fielder, number 44, Nate Muncy.
That's going to bring in Nate Muncy. 1 for 2. But a line out. Got a single, and he was hit by the pitch on the first pitch. This first pitch in the dirt for a ball, 1-0. Two and 0 the count. With the ball in the dirt. No action in Batavia's bullpen. At least not yet. 2-0. That one in the zone for a strike. 2-1. Batavia, 6 runs, 12 hits, 1 error. Jamestown, 5 runs, 7 hits, 1 error. Fouled it behind the plate. 2-2 for Nate Muncy. I wonder where that black cat went.
Got smart after the Eric Sweek single and left.
Swung on and missed by Muncy, and that is the second out.
Only the 3rd strikeout by the Tarp Skunks hitter. Only the 5th strikeout today for either side.
I was going to bring in James Dixon. Jamestown has slowed down against the sidearm swinger. But here comes James Dixon. Officially 0 for 1. He fouls off the first pitch. 0 for 1, was hit by the pitch. Flew out to center and walked in his last at bat. On 1, ground ball to third base, fielded in by Inman, and they get the out at first, and that'll do it. Tarp Skunks go down 1-2-3. We head to the top of the 8th. Batavia up 6-5.
Oh my goodness, it just breaks right. That's all right. We'll Sunday church you walk out of here. So we gave up the day.
Top of the 8th inning here at Russell E. Diethrick Park. Batavia with a 6-5 lead over the Tarp Skunks. New pitcher for Jamestown is the newcomer, Jake Boyner, who pitched 3 innings in a spot start back in Elmira. Did a good job, and he is going to get the call here to try to stem the bleeding and keep the Dogs from scoring. They'll face Vasquez, and back to the top of the order for Jalen David. Here to tell you about it is Jalen Ferguson.
Thank you very much. I do gotta wonder though, since Boynar is a newcomer, if he's still going through the pod system, how many? I mean, this probably might just be his only inning he pitches.
I don't think at this point in the season the pod system really has much of an effect anymore.
I mean, for his first start, he only pitched 2 innings.
Well, it could have been just to see what he had, too.
The first pitch to Braden I. And Bornar steps off. Very crucial first pitch here. That one driven out. Muncie ranging under it, makes the catch. So on the first pitch, and they get the first out. That's going to bring in the bottom of the lineup, Jaden Vasquez.
Well, that's the kind of start he needs. 1 pitch, 1 away. And we'll see if they can continue the pattern here.
So Jaden Vasquez, he's had himself quite a day. 2 doubles and a single. And the first pitch is foul.
Well, this is my first actual look at Boynar in person. And, yeah, he's got some heat.
Saw him in person back in Newark, or not Newark, Niagara. And a swinging bunt fouled.
You know, if you want to get silly, and it's about the 8th inning, so it's about the time that we got something. If you were to compare Tarp Skunks pitching velocity to Hot Ones Hot Wings, Chase Barron is a 10, Boynar 8.5.
And the 0-2 outside for him. 8.5. Well, yeah, you got to give Chase Barron the 10 there, because he touched 98.
Documented 98.
Yeah, I'll give that to you. And 1-2 driven out to right field. Nate Muncie getting himself some more work as he gets the out for out number 2.
2 consecutive flyouts to right. And a guy that the Skunks have not been able to keep off the base paths today. Jalen David, 2 for 2, has been on base 4 times, including an intentional walk.
They were able to get Vasquez. First pitch popped up. Nolan Smith ranging under it, and that one just fouled. They were able to get Vasquez, who's been swinging the bat pretty good this game. Hopefully, Boynar can get Jalen David. And the 0-1. Did that miss? I heard strike.
No, that was a strike. It's just the velocity was so great it popped out of Lindquist's glove.
So that'll be 0-2. Boynar looking to put a 0 on the board for the Tarp Skunks. That's swinging blooper. Throwing to first, not in time. Very close play at first. Nolan Smith almost doing a split to scoop the ball up.
I mean, at this point, I'm wondering what you have to do to stop Jalen David. I mean, you cannot have played that any more perfect at third base on the short hop, the quick throw, and just too much speed.
Well, that's going to bring in Jackson Inman. First pitch for him outside. I think that was a pitch out there. 1-0, the count.
And I wasn't going to say it because I didn't want to jinx it, and I'm glad I didn't, but the Skunks have not had a 1-2-3 inning against Batavia here tonight. That was the closest they've come.
They really needed that. Jalen David hopping at first. Fouled. Okay, Dre, I got to give that one to you. The fact that was, I want to say 5 feet from this window, and you didn't even move.
Ice water.
Like that hit the window just next to us.
Yeah, I'm kind of glad I have that door closed so it didn't destroy all the camera gear in there.
The 1-1 driven out to center field. Grant Moore ranging under it, off the wall. Here comes Jalen David coming around to score. Jackson Inman to throw to third, not in time. Batavia increased the lead to 2. It is now 7-5. You know, it looked like a promising inning, but then that did it.
Yeah.
So the first pitch to Braden Rain, or no, that's Cooper Russell.
Yep.
First pitch to Cooper Russell.
That's what power versus power will do for you.
0-1 the count after the strike. I went in the dirt for a ball. 1-1.
Gonna be honest with you too, with the way that ball was carrying, I thought it was gone.
I did too. Just underneath the sign out there. One to Cooper Russell. That one in the zone for a strike. 1-2. Tarp Skunks haven't put up a 0 since the 6th inning.
They haven't scored since the 5th.
1-2. That one just missed. 2-2 the count.
They definitely need an answer here in the bottom of the 8th inning. They don't want to have to work from 2 down going into the 9th.
And that's been like the sequence of all these games. Being down by 2. Again, just missing. 3-2 the count to Cooper Russell.
And some of those pitches that were called strikes earlier don't appear to be getting called here tonight as we get later into the game.
That seems to be happening as the game progresses. And the 3-2 misses, and so Cooper Russell is aboard, and that's going to bring in Braden Reyna.
Right field number 46, Brandon Reyna.
So runners at the corners, Braden Reyna. He walked, struck out, flew out, and singled. And driven out down the middle. That one's going to drop in front of Grant Moore. Another run comes across the score. Batavia now increased the lead to 3. It is 7-5. Or 8-5. I was going to bring in Evan Brock. Runners at first and third. First pitch is in there for a strike, 0-1.
You know, and at this point, the question is, you know, what do we have to do to beat these guys?
It's not easy, but we've beaten them before. Newark also beating them. They've shown to be beatable. As the 0-1 fouled.
Well, here's my thing. You know, I don't care how many other teams beat Batavia. I really don't. We have to figure out a way to beat them.
Yeah.
It comes down to that. We cannot rely on other teams to do our job for us. We have to do it ourselves.
Well, it comes down to pitching here. And again, the lineup up and down, 300 batting average. And rung up Evan Brock, and that'll do it. 3 runs come across for Batavia, 2 left on. We go to the bottom of the 8th. Batavia up 8-5.
Technology and Wolfpack's team. Common stripes, innovation, and reliability. Common Jamestown, performance you can depend on, built in your
New pitcher for the Batavia Muckdogs is going to be number 25, Gavin Chandler. His 7th appearance. He comes in with a 4-0 record, a 2.16 ERA, 33 and a third innings pitched. He's given up 30 hits, 8 runs, all earned, 6 walks, 29 strikeouts. Hitters are hitting .244 against him. He will face Jordan Lindquist and Costello, and here to tell you about it is Jalen Ferguson.
Thank you very much, Dre, as we head to the bottom of the 8th. Tarp Skunks, they need to answer back here. Cannot afford to go a 3rd inning without an answer. The thing is that they're getting guys on the bases, but they need to pull the trigger. The first pitch swung on and missed. Oh, and won the count for Caleb Jordan.
Jordan 1 for 3 on the day.
And the 0-1 misses. 1-1.
And the one thing that these guys need to really be cognizant of is you can't tie the game on one swing of the bat here. Need base runners.
The 1-1 in the dirt. 2-2 the count.
You're not going to get base runners that trying to take power swings at pitches outside the zone. Selectively aggressive is the key here.
2-1. Ooh. That one coming up and in. Caleb Jordan moving out of the way.
And how did that not hit him?
Yeah, I don't know how.
I thought it hit him. And, not for nothing. If I'm Caleb Jordan, I'm selling that like I just got punched in the face in a bar.
I mean, you got to do what you got to do to get on base.
I mean, play it up. Why not?
3-1. That one missed, and he gets his free pass after all.
Well, respect for him doing it the right way. I'm a little bit dirtier when I play. So
I was gonna bring in Branston Lindquist. Branston Lindquist 1 for 3. Reached on an error, doubled, and grounded into a double play. First pitch for him outside for a ball. Again, what do you got to do to beat this team? You also got to answer back when they strike first. Snap back throw to first.
That's a deceptive little motion over there.
That's the thing with lefties is they can get away with that. Make you think he's going to deliver and then throw back to first. That's a ground ball through the infield, and Branston Lindquist gets himself a single. So he is 2 for 4. That's going to bring in Dom Costello.
Next up, New York, Jamestown Tarp Skunks, the designated hitter, number 30, Dom Costello.
So Dom Costello finds himself with runners at first and second here with nobody gone.
Well, the last time the Skunks were in this situation, they were only able to score a run. I think they might get a little bit more out of this one. They've had to earn both of these runners on the bags.
Well, we got to mention the last time Don Costello played against this team. First pitch for him in the dirt gets past Socorro. Both runners advance. Now runners in scoring position, one at second and third.
That definitely changes the whole complexion of this bottom half of the 8th, makes it a little bit more interesting.
I was going to say the last time Don Costello faced this team, he came in clutch, narrowing the lead with a grand slam in right field. That was back at Dwyer Stadium. The 1-0 foul down the first base side. Action in the Batavia bullpen. That is a righty in there. Branston at second. Caleb Jordan at third.
I don't see anything happening in the Skunks pen.
That one driven out to right field. Here comes Caleb Jordan. Branston Lindquist coming around. He will score. Dom Costello with a 2 RBI double. And the Tarp Skunks answer back as they dwindle the lead down to 1. It is 8-7.
Well, it's exactly what we said in the last inning before the final out, that the Skunks do not want to be going into the 9th inning down by 3. Now they find themselves trailing by 1. Runner in scoring position with nobody out, and that is going to be a quick hook for Chandler as a new pitcher coming in. We'll get you the info as soon as we get it. Skunks threatening. It's 8-7. New pitcher for the Batavia Muckdogs is Eric Woodley, making his 15th appearance. He comes in with a 3-1 record, a 0.84 ERA, has 5 saves on the season, 21 in the 3rd innings pitched, 14 hits, 4 runs, 2 of those earned, 3 walks against 28 strikeouts. And he will inherit a runner at second with nobody out. And C.J. Dugan due up, and Jalen Ferguson here to tell you all about it.
Well, they're definitely putting in their aces here. But it's up to the Tarp Skunks to just keep hammering in runs.
Woodley named an all-star for the Batavia Muckdogs. With the stats, you can see why.
That one fouled. The first pitch fouled. So, 0-1. Yeah, the thing is, what Woodley is, he throws strikes and he throws hard. Oh and 1. The 0-1 is in the dirt. Blocked by Socorro. No movement from Costello at second. 1-1 to count to C.J. Dugan. Giving Costello a look. 80-yard stare. It's been looking back and forth. That's a ground ball to third base. Costello going back. Throws on to first, and they get Dugan at first. So we're going to roll it back up to the top of the lineup, as it is Grant Moore.
And the last time these two teams played, after the game, there was a little bit of an interaction between Woodley and some members of the Skunks support staff.
Swung on a miss is Grant Moore. That one gets away. And Dom Costello advancing the third.
So you have to wonder if a little bit of bulletin board material might be hanging on the side of the dugout wall.
I think there should be. If there isn't, there should be.
Oh, I'm sure they're aware. I'm sure everyone down there is aware. As the infield now all playing in.
There comes the 0-1. That one driven out to right field, fouled.
Well, there's your power versus power right there. Just a fraction of a second early.
Well, I need to see some of that Grant Moore aggressiveness in this at bat right here.
Well, this is where he operates best. Took 2 strikes.
So the 0-2. That one just missing. 1-2.
You can see that missed call might be getting a little bit into the head of Woodley.
I think Woodley wanted 1, 2, 3. And here is the 1-2. And that one rings up Grant Moore. So, with a runner at third, 2 gone, that's going to bring in Eric Weeks.
Can't argue with that strikeout. It's close enough to where a protective swing may have been warranted. Eric Weeks now is going to have to rely on a base hit to tie the ball game.
Well, the first pitch outside and in the dirt for a ball, 1-0. And again, Eric Weeks, I mean, he got himself 2 RBIs. You know, he is gunning for the single season RBI record, franchise record. The 1-0. That one down low for a ball, 2-0.
And if he ever needed an RBI, this would be the moment right here.
Well, again, he is delivered in clutch moments. If you remember the first Batavia game, he driven in the go-ahead run. The 2-0. That one outside, 3-0 to Eric Weeks.
Weeks started the game with 33 RBIs, now is 35.
So with a batter's count here, 3-0. That one in there for a strike. 3-1 the count to Eric Weeks. Nolan Smith on deck. Fouled off the 3-1, and now it is a full count.
And you wouldn't want this any other way at this point.
So full count to Eric Weeks. 1 on third. Fouled, and he stays alive. And we're going to do 3-2 all over again.
It's a fantastic battle. 2 all-stars going head-to-head. This is exactly what it should be.
Eric Weeks singled, grounded out, got a 2 RBI single, and flew out in his last at-bat. But the 3-2, that one misses. And so he is aboard. Runners at the corners now. That's going to bring up Nolan Smith.
And now there's going to be a bit of a conversation between Socorro and Woodley. And I would have to think it has more to do with how to approach Nolan Smith than what to do about the runners on the bags.
Again, Nolan Smith has showed that power and how he's able to pull it and drive it down the right field line. But the outfield kind of shifted to the left.
The second baseman came in to have a conversation. If they try to pull the hidden ball trick here, I don't think that's going to be the case. I can't figure out why the second baseman would even come over to get involved in the conversation unless to say, look, if he runs at first, don't throw it because we're not going to cover. That's the only thing I could think of.
Oh, yep. Both infielders backing off. Here is Nolan Smith. And the first pitch, inside for a ball. 1-0 the count to Nolan Smith.
The question is, if you're going to send Weeks, what count do you send him on?
I say do not send him anything with 2 strikes. And that gap in right center field looks really good. The 0-1 or the 0-0. And that is 1-1 the count after the strike. Eric Weeks at first. Dom Costello at third. That one's driven out. That one gets past the shortstop. 1 run is going to score. We are back, tied. It is 8-all here in the bottom of the 8th.
And how sweet it is, Nolan Smith with the RBI to tie the game, give the All-Star Woodley a blown save, and keep the inning going for Heath Fetchick.
So Dom Costello is the one coming around to score to tie it up. So now Heath Fetchick looking to turn this game around. First pitch. And that one in the dirt for a ball. 1-0.
Go ahead run 180 feet away.
And Heath Fetchick, a guy known to drive the ball into the outfield, does not want singles. He wants doubles, triples, and more.
A base hit, there will be a play at the plate.
1-0. Fouled at the plate.
Because there is no way that they're going to hold Weeks up at third.
There will be a play at the plate. Yeah, that is right. They're going to go for the go-ahead run here. You know, it's shaping up to be one of those close games coming down the wire. But 1-1 to Heath Fetchick. And the 1-1 is in there for a strike. 1-2 the count. Eric Weeks at second. Nolan Smith at first. Heath Fetchick at the plate. And on deck is Nate Muncy. So here is Eric Woodley. And that one rung up Heath Fetchick on the outside corner. That'll do it. 2 runs left on. 1 run comes across. We go to the top of the 9th. It is tied at 8. And welcome back here to Russell E. Diethrick Park. Boynar to start the 9th inning. He will face Quintaro, Miles Monell, and Joey Socorro. And here, now on the mic, is Dre Guinness to call it all the way.
All right, so here we go as James Quintero will face Jake Boyner. It'll be Quintero, Monell, and I can't even read it. I'm not going to bother with it. First pitch, strike, 0-1.
That is Socorro.
Is it? It is Socorro. I write so small, it's hard to read in the dark. I refuse to turn the light on because that one's foul right underneath us. 0-2 the count. Tarp Skunks fighting back in the bottom of the 8th inning, putting 3 up. If you look at the line score, it's one of the more interesting line scores I've ever seen.
It's been very eventful today.
There's a foul off. Did not hit our camera, thankfully.
Thankfully. Ooh.
And it's still 0-2. So both teams score 1 in the first. Skunks with 1 in the second. Muckdogs with 1 in the third. Batavia puts 3 up in the fourth. Jamestown 2 in the fourth. Skunks 1 in the fifth. Nothing doing in the 6th inning as there's a base hit up the middle. Batavia with 1 in the 7th, 2 in the 8th, and the Skunks putting up 3 in the bottom of the frame. That's where we stand right now, 8-8. Runner on first with nobody out. And that is going to bring up Miles Monell.
It's been a very eventful day. And like I said, both of these teams swinging at each other.
First pitch inside for a ball.
I say that metaphorically speaking, not literally.
Yes. 8 runs, 16 hits, 1 error for the Muckdogs. 8 runs, 10 hits, 1 error for the Skunks. It's been a relatively clean game. Squared a bunt, pitch comes in, pull back, but called a strike. And it's 1-1. It's almost like they're getting their 10th inning strategy out of the way here in the 9th inning. Squared a bunt again. That one is going to roll foul. And Fetchick dives on it to ensure that it stays foul. That one had a little bit of life on it. And it'll go to 1-2.
That was a really good bunt, though, even though it went foul. But that is a spot that could be dangerous when you lay that bunt there.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, the fact that Fetchick slid to deaden it in foul territory speaks volumes. Or make that Lindquist, sorry. That one's fouled up above us. Out of play again. And we'll do 1-2 all over again. And have I become desensitized to those balls flying toward me?
I mean, there was a ball that literally hit almost 5 feet from our window. And you didn't flinch one bit.
I don't know. 1-2 the count. The pitch. Swing and a miss. One away here in the top of the 9th inning.
Well, there you go. That is a big out that you needed. And this team hasn't been easy to strike out, but they do that just there.
Joey Socorro, the catcher, stands in. 1 for 3 on the day. 3 groundouts. So possible double play scenario developing. First pitch on the outside corner just misses.
Yeah, he's grounded out 3 times. If he can ground out a 4th time, that could be double play.
Twice to shortstop.
One back up the middle.
Next pitch, swing and a miss. No way he was catching up on that.
That was a big league swing. He was aiming for the parking lot.
That was
left field.
Not only was that a big league swing, that was a big league pitch. That fastball, as Boynar just blew it right past him. 1-1 the count. That one misses, gets behind Lindquist, and advancing to second.
Well, that eliminates
Quintero.
Well, that eliminates the double play. So now they're going to have to find 2 outs.
Well, if Boynar can stay around the strike zone, I might be able to find him. Comes set. Takes a long look in. That one misses outside, and the count's 3-1.
Again, you know, when you come in the zone, Socorro is fouling it off.
And now we're getting, I don't know what are we getting a pinch runner here? Yeah, we're going to get a pinch runner here in the middle of an at-bat.
I think what that is that he's most likely going to be going. Probably a hit and run situation here.
Not sure who that is. That might be Jake Sliz, who's a pitcher. If I got the number right.
Well, then I don't know what that strategy is here.
No, 3-1. Boynar comes set, kicks and throws, swing and a miss. And the count goes full at 3-2.
And then again, I can't really judge a pitcher's speed. There are some fast pitchers.
So the count full. The payoff pitch. Ground ball, too short. On the hop, Dixon, long throw. In time! They got him. And Socorro may have really screwed up his ankle as he hit the bag and rolled over. Trainers coming out for the Tarp Skunks to check into it. That was a bang play at first base.
That was pretty close.
And that could be a big blow to Batavia and their catching core. We're going to step away and let them take care of business. We'll be back as soon as we get any kind of indication of what's going on. 8-8, top of the 9th inning. We'll be back. As Joey Socorro being helped off by his teammates. freak situation happening at first base. We hope he is okay. Quick recovery. Wishes and thoughts go out to him. Situation resets now. 2 down in the top of the 9th inning. And with Socorro out, we'll see who the replacement catcher is going to be. More likely, for the Muckdogs, it'll be Cooper Romick. As Braden I do up.
It's most likely going to be Cooper Romick. He was given the day off today, but now looks like he's going to do some catching.
So now 2 outs. Braden I stands in. First pitch. Checked foul. 0-1.
I want to check his swing there and then make contact with it.
I 1 for 4 on the day. 2 down, runner at second. Boynar comes set. Kick and throw is a foul tip at the plate. Oh, are you? Wait a minute. What? The ball foul tipped off of his bat. They appealed down to see if there was a check swing. Really?
Well, that happened.
Yeah, that was the thing. 1-1 the count. I guess Christmas in July came early for Batavia. As the 1-1 just missing off the plate, Boynar can't believe it. The crowd here at Diethrick can't believe it. Jalen Ferguson is beside himself.
I mean, I can't say what I want to say, but we all know.
This strike zone has become like orange juice. It is freshly squeezed. 2 pitches on the outside corner that were over the plate that were not called. It's now 3-1. As the obligatory strike, and the crowd letting the home plate umpire know it.
I mean, it's almost like you got to be perfect now. That one was right down the middle.
The payoff pitch coming. Fouled back again, and you flinched.
I did.
So here we go. You can cut the tension with anything you can find in the room. 3-2. Fouled off again.
How are you not flinching at these? That one was almost 3 feet from our window.
I don't know. Here we go again. 3-2. Boynar comes set. The payoff pitch again. Called! Strike 3! And the side is retired. No runs, a hit, 1 runner left. We go to the bottom of the 9th inning. It's tied at 8 apiece.
And welcome back here to Russell E. Diethrick Park as we head to the bottom of the ninth, tied at 8. Woodley here to start. He will face Muncie, Dixon, and Jordan. And here to call the rest of the way is Dragonus.
All right, thank you, Jalen. As we do go to the bottom of the ninth inning, Tarp Skunks with an opportunity for their second walk-off in a row, this time against the division-leading Batavia Muckdogs. Cooper Romick looks like the new catcher as Joey Socorro took a horrible fall trying to run or stretch out a base hit. And either some ankle or knee damage. So that will necessitate a new backstop. And you got to wonder at this point in the game, what is changing the catcher do?
That I'm not too sure.
As Nate Muncie stands in. One for 4 on the day. So left-hander stands in against Eric Woodley, the normally sharp Batavia closer who gave up 3 runs in the 8th inning. And now steps off. Little gamesmanship here between him and Muncie. 8 all as we go to the bottom of the ninth. Muncie stands in. First pitch. It's taken on the outside corner for a strike, 0-1.
If you remember, 2 nights ago, he was the hero that walked it off against Newark.
Don't need him to be a hero here, just need a base hit.
I don't think he can.
Swing and a miss.
I don't think he can because nobody on.
Well, I mean, he could hit a home run to walk it off, but, you know, you don't want anyone going up there with the mindset of swing for a home run. It's swing for a base hit. Get on base.
Yeah.
Bless you. 0-2. Swing and a miss. And Muncie goes down on strikes.
Same time he sat down on strikes and straight at bats.
That's going to bring up James Dixon. Dixon officially 0 for 2 has been hit. He's walked and has flown out and grounded out. Right-hander versus right-hander here. Woodley with a long look in. Kicks and throws. First pitch taken on the outside corner for a strike. 0-1 the count. Dixon's due. Waves that bat back and forth. Waits. And the 0-1 pitch on the outside corner for a strike, 0-2. And now Dixon having a bit of a conversation with the home plate umpire. And this has become kind of a recurring thing in the last couple of games, and it's really starting to become an issue.
It all started back in Batavia.
Swing and a miss. Down goes Dixon, second out of the inning. And that's going to bring up Caleb Jordan with 2 outs. No action in the bullpen, so Boynar may go to the 10th inning. First pitch on the outside corner for a strike, 0-1.
I'm not too sure about that move, leaving Boynar. But then again, he has put up a 0. But I don't know. You probably will put Colin Pence, or not Colin Pence, Chase Barron in.
I don't know about that. That one's taken for a strike. 0-2, and Woodley can't do anything wrong. He could probably bounce one in front of the plate and get it called strike at this point. 0-2. The pitch. There's a chopper, 2-2. Russell has it, throws on the first, and the inning is over. No runs, no hits. We go to the top of the 10th inning. We are tied at 8 apiece.
And welcome back here to Russell E. Diethrick Park. As we head into extra innings, it'll be Chase Barron. He will face Jaden Vasquez, then rolled it up back to the top of the lineup of Jalen David and Jackson Inman. Here to give Chase Barron splits is Dre Guinness.
All right, thank you very much, Jalen. Chase Barron, the Tarp Skunks all-star closer. Numbers a little bit more inflated than his performance has indicated. Comes in his 12th appearance with a 1-0 record, 5.28 ERA, 3 saves, 15 in the third innings, 9 hits, 9 runs, all earned, 13 walks, 31 strikeouts. Hitters hitting $167 against him, and a lot of those numbers in his ERA that helped inflate it was a rough inning against the Newark Pilots. It's going to be Vasquez, David, and Inman due up for the Muckdogs. Out at second base, the ghost runner will be Braden I. So extra inning modes engaged.
There's the thing. Chase Barron is gonna have to fight here.
So Barron stands in. First pitch. Squared a bunt right back to Barron. Picks it up, throw on to first, and it pulls Nolan Smith off the bag. Pulled Smith off the bag. That should be an error. And that's going to put first and third with nobody out. And the top of the order for Jalen David. Oh, wait, they're going to have a discussion. Did his foot come off the bag? Nope, they're going to say no, he was safe. Okay. At least they're discussing it. That's about as good as, that's about all you can ask for. Is the first pitch to Jalen David, taken for a strike, 0-1. David has been on base all 5 times he has come to the plate.
Not found an answer against him.
That one, where did that miss? Now pitches right down the middle of this plate aren't being called strikes. All right. Is that what we're doing tonight? Okay. 1-1. Going in the dirt. Good stop by Lindquist. Two 1 pitch coming. There's a line drive into center field. That is going to be a base hit. Run comes in to score, and the Muckdogs now lead 9-8.
I mean, that happened. But now they found themselves in a even deeper hole that they found themselves in to start off the inning.
So runners at first and second. Nobody out here. That's going to bring up Jackson Inman as the Skunks now getting into the heart of the Muckdogs order. First pitch. That one misses for a ball, 1-0. Barron wanting the sequence again. Now comes set. And the pitch. Breaking ball missing up. And it's 2-0.
Yeah, I think that kind of slipped out of his hands. How that released and how that came out of his hands, no.
Vasquez off second. David off first. One across here in the 10th inning. 9-8 Muckdogs. And the pitch. Gets behind Lindquist. Both runners are going to advance.
There's nobody in there. Somebody's getting moving.
And the count goes 3-0. As it looks like there is someone getting up. Paul Delanto, the catcher, heading down to the bullpen. Looks like we're going to get some activity. 3-0 to Inman. And the pitch. Misses for a ball. And the bases are loaded. That'll bring up Cooper Russell. With nobody out. Infield playing in. Ground ball, they're going home. First pitch. Misses for a ball, 1-0.
And again, that first pitch strike has been non-existent since Barron has came to start the top of the 10th.
The 1-0 pitch. Okay.
I mean,
sure.
I don't even know.
2-0. That one missing. 3-0.
I have a feeling if this isn't, the next one is most likely going to be the last batter for Chase Barron.
I don't know.
Maybe after this one, they're going to talk.
That one taken for a strike. 3-1. Green won the count. That one Down the middle, taken for a strike, 3-2, and the count goes full. And the pitch, missing inside, and the walk. And it's now 11-8.
Now they're going to have a discussion about this. That's going to be it for Chase Barron.
Well, that's going to do it. Quick outing here as Barron will leave with the bases loaded and nobody out. Looks like it's going to be Joe Santos coming in to clean up. We'll be back in just a moment. New pitcher for the Jamestown Tarp Skunks is going to be Joe Santos. His 12th appearance, 3-0 record with a 2.57 ERA. Does have one save. In 21 innings, 22 hits, 7 runs, 6 earned, 11 walks, and 19 strikeouts. He will inherit a bit of a jam here. Bases loaded with nobody out. Batavia with 2 across here in the top of the 10th. As it's going to be Braden Rena. First pitch gets behind Lindquist, but no advance.
I'd like
to mention that there are still no outs. Still no outs.
And the 1-0 pitch, that one's popped foul. Out of play behind us, count goes 1-1.
Chill. That's right. We're good.
That one taken for a strike, 1-2.
Yeah, at that point, don't worry about pitching around. Just throw strikes.
The 1-2. Curveball. That one's down the left field line, hooking foul. Yeah, we'll do 1-2 all over again. That almost sounded like that broke a bat. But check of the lumber, and it's okay.
Yep.
One and two the count. That one, breaking ball misses well off the plate. 2-2. Santos trying to notch the first out of the inning here, and the pitch. There's a high fly ball into left field. Dugan going back under it. Warning track, settles under it, makes the catch for the first out. Tagging and coming in to score is Jalen David. And it is now 11-8. Sacrifice fly is good. Third run across here in the top of the extra, and that will bring up Evan Brock.
Yeah, so now they're going to have to rely on the position players here. But again, just keep throwing strikes. Figure out a way to get out of this inning.
First pitch, fouled off to the right. And it's 0-1. Santos comes set. And the pitch. There's a ground ball to third off of Jordan into left field. That is going to be a base hit. Run comes across to score. And it is now 12-8.
I mean, that's for sure going to be an E5.
I don't know if that's an E5 or I think that's a hit.
Well, they gave him the hit.
Yeah, they gave him the hit. That definitely was a hit. It was a sharp ground ball that just handcuffed Jordan. And this game's starting to get out of hand. As James Quintero stands in. Quintero.
No, I think. No, remember, because somebody pinch ran for him.
I thought that was Socorro that did. I don't know. There's a ground ball to third again. Jordan has it to second for one, to first, two, a double play, and the side is retired. But we go to the bottom of the 10th inning. Batavia puts 4 up in the top of the frame. Tarp Skunks back against the wall. It is 12-8.
And welcome back here to Russell E. Diethrick Park. It is still Woodley on the mound. He will face Lindquist, Costello, and Dugan. Here to call it is Dragonis.
All right, Jalen, thank you very much. As we go into the bottom of the 10th inning, Caleb Jordan, who was the last batter in the 9th, he will be the courtesy runner at second. As we start the bottom of the 10th inning, Branston Lindquist will lead things off here. Lindquist, 2 for 4, a double, a single, grounded into a double play and into a fielder's choice. Tarp Skunks have a tall test ahead of them here tonight. Bottom of the 10th inning, down by 4. The first pitch from Woodley misses for a ball, 1-0. Jordan with a modest lead off of second. Muckdogs not even bothering to hold them on. Quick look over at second and the pitch. Missing outside for a ball, 2-0.
Yeah, I think Batavia is just trying to get 1, 2, 3 here. Not really worried about the runner.
Lindquist with a hitter's count, 2-0. Outfield playing straight away. There's a line drive down the third base line. That is a fair ball down in the Lafayette corners. Jordan will come in to score. Lindquist into second with an RBI double. And it's 12-9.
Good job. I was gonna say, good job to line that into the Lafayette corners, bringing in a run here.
So Jackson Enders is going to pitch run for Branston Lindquist. A little more speed.
I mean, this is the last inning regardless. So you got to put in that speed there.
Dom Costello, a couple of hits today, has been on base 3 times. First pitch, that one misses for a ball. And Woodley getting kind of the same treatment as Barron did back in the top of the frame. 1-0. That one finds the zone. Evens up the count at 1 apiece. Enders off second. Costello waits. Swing and a miss. And Costello was a little ahead of that one. Sitting fastball. Got himself a bit of an off-speed pitch on the outside part of the plate. Couldn't hold up.
Yeah, but now right here is most likely going to be a punch-out fastball.
1-2 the count. Swing and a miss. Went right back to the changeup. And there are 2 out. There's 1 out. As CJ Dugan stands in. Dugan officially 1 for 3 on the day. He's walked and singled. Couple of ground outs in the first pitch. Swinging, there's a ground ball through the hole into left field. That is a base hit. Enders will be held at third. And a wise decision there. That's going to bring up Grant Moore back to the top of the lineup. First and third with 1 out.
Grant Moore is really going to have to come through here. Not really the best game, but if there's any time that he needs to come through, it's now.
He's walked, been hit by a pitch, struck out, grounded out, popped out. He is due for something in the gap right here. First pitch from Woodley. Swinging, there's a drive into right center field. Going back over is David. Underneath it, makes the catch for the second out. Tagging and coming in to score is Enders. And it is now 12-10. But with 2 outs, that's going to leave it up to Eric Weeks. Eric
Weeks is going to need to come through here. Only only being down by 2. And that's been the thing in these past meetings, being down by 2.
So the first pitch to Weeks comes in and hits him. And, I mean, at the very least, you could say at least it wasn't hard.
Yeah, it wasn't hard, but he blasted him on the first pitch, though.
So now Nolan Smith stands in, left-handed hitter. 2 on, 2 out, down by 2. Smith with a couple of singles. He's also walked in, grounded out, and flown out. So he's had a busy day at the plate. First pitch up high. Counts 1-0. Skunks will be on the road tomorrow at Geneva, back here for a doubleheader against Auburn on Sunday, 4 and 6:30. Community buyout night on Sunday. Not going to want to miss that. There's the 1-0 pitch. And this is on the inside, 2-0. You know, and while I am not surprised that Batavia is going to ride Woodley as long as they can, I am surprised that they don't have backup in the bullpen just in case.
Well, I think they're very confident that Woodley can get out of the inning.
2-0 fouled off to the left. Smith just a little behind a fastball. It's 2-1.
Now, this is the 3rd inning Woodley has pitched in. Came in the 8th, and he is riding this wave ever since.
Two and 1 the count. And the pitch. Outside, 3-1.
Good plate discipline by Nolan Smith, like you said. Led the league in walks last year.
3-1. Woodley also gave up an inside the park home run to blow a save in Niagara Falls the other day. 3-1. There's a foul off. And we'll go to the penultimate pitch. 3-2, 2 out, bottom of the 10th inning.
Got to be base hit ball 4 here.
Runners will be going. So here we go, Woodley. Comes set. Smith waits. The payoff pitch. Swinging, there's a ground ball into right field. That is a base hit. 1 run will come in to score. Holding at third is Eric Weeks, and the Skunks still have life. It is 12-11.
It's not over. It is not over yet. And Tito Kiefer pinch hitting for Heath Fetching.
Tito Kiefer, the other Jamestown Tarp Skunk all-star who hadn't made it in yet. He will face Woodley, and there's going to be a conversation at the mound here. First and third with 2 outs. And now, if you're Batavia, are you almost regretting not having somebody up? This would be the opportunity. This would be the place to change your pitcher.
Well, they didn't have anybody warming up, and if they put somebody in now, they're going to be ice cold. But I think Batavia put all their chips in the middle of the table on Eric Woodley.
And for Eric Woodley, who came into this game only giving up 2 earned runs on the season, he's given up 6 in 2 innings.
Anthony Trummer is going to pinch run for Nolan Smith. Again, this is the last inning, whatever happens.
So now Tito Kiefer standing in. Traumer at first, Weeks at third. Woodley has been struggling a bit. Checks the runner, comes set. First pitch. Misses for a ball, 1-0.
There we go.
And if you're the Skunks, I cannot see sending the runner at all. You do not want to run into the third out on a stolen base.
But again, look how deep the middle infielders are.
1-0 pitch, swinging. There's a line drive up the middle. That is a base hit! Coming in to score is Eric Weeks, and we're tied at 12.
And that is what you needed right here. It is not over just yet.
And how poetic is this? Just 3 nights ago, Nate Muncy came up in this almost exact situation and with a line drive to left walked off Newark with 2 outs and nobody on. Or 2 on, 2 outs. Nate Muncy back in that very same position. First pitch, outside for a ball, 1-0. Muncy waits. Runners take their lead. Woodley with a long look in. And I mean long look in. Kicks and throws. Swinging a foul. And it's 1-1. Ooh, there's some spirited discussion happening out there. Now we're gonna get, what are we getting? A conversation between the umpires. I don't know what's going on here. Are they calling a balk? Or no? I don't know if they called the. Oh, they might be calling catcher interference. And this? Oh, are we going to see an ejection here from the Batavia coach? Very animated conversation that is being happened. What did you see?
I mean, it might be catcher's interference there because of the swing
And
on
he's
Muncy.
gone. Well, he got his money's worth. He definitely got his money's worth out of that one. As I don't know how or why Muncy is aboard, but mine is not to question why. Mine is just to call James Dixon standing in. Bases loaded, 2 outs. Woodley rattled here in a tie ball game. First pitch, missing outside for a ball, 1-0.
And again, James Dixon, he's due for a hit. He got to do something. He has to do something here.
I mean, even taking a walk would work. Dixon is going to be the last hitter of the game. 10th hitter to come to the plate in this inning. And the pitch, swinging a foul back.
It's all going to come down to this. Muncy was due for a hit 2 nights ago. Dixon is due for a hit here. What a way to turn his game around. What a walk-off.
1-1 the count. 2 down here in a tie ball game. Dixon waits. The pitch. Swinging a foul tip into the glove, and it's 1-2.
Like you said, Dixon is the last batter of the game, whether you like it or not.
1-2 the count. Woodley with a long look in. Dixon waits. The 1-2. Swing and a miss. And the ball game is over. And it will end in a 2-2 tie. Or 12-12 tie. And that will do it. Well, it wasn't a win. It wasn't a loss. It was a tie, but it was an exciting one.
It was.
And, you know, if you're looking for a bright silver lining in this one, at least the Skunks have stopped the 3-game slide against the Batavia Muckdogs. A tie here, the standings don't change, the distance doesn't change. It just adds, another one of those would have, could have, should have, almost had it type of feelings. And you walk out of here going into Geneva knowing that you definitely need a win against the Red Wings tomorrow before coming back here on Sunday for the doubleheader.
Yeah, I will say this. Even if they tied, look, they were down by 4, and they did not let that get to them. They answered back, and they were able, even though they didn't win, they tied it.
Tarp Skunks on the road tomorrow. They will be in Geneva. That game will be on the Red Wings YouTube channel. We'll be back here on Sunday, 4 p.m. and 6:30 p.m. for doubleheader action against the Auburn Double Days. For Jalen Ferguson, I'm Drake Guinness, thanking everyone for joining us here tonight. And until next time, good night, everybody.